I think I'll go ahead and start because it's just, we want to get rolling on this. Okay, so I'm calling the meeting to order. This is a budget workshop. Are there any announcements? Okay, well, at this point in time, we're still missing Tom Hauser and, Jason Merrick, and Deborah Doyle, who is calling in, still needs to make her connection. I want people to know that I have formed a Roseland Real Estate Ad Hoc Committee to review any leases that might come through, and I am appointing Stephen Zollman and Tom Hauser and myself to the committee. We hope that this will prevent any hiccups or delays in the process of assessing what we're doing. Okay, also, lunch, we're gonna break for lunch somewhere between 11:20 and 11:30, and we have to be back in here by 12:30 at the latest, so that Jaylene has time to clean up and get out of the mayor's conference room, and it will be for the staff and the commission. Lunch is being provided. I hope that is correct. Okay. Any other announcements? Okay, on to public appearances. Do we have anybody here from the public who would like to make a comment? I believe we do. You can go up to the podium up there at the top. There is a mic that is activated.
Thank you, Chairman Falzon and the members of the commission. So I'm here to address an item that is on the agenda, which is a line item in the Healdsburg branch budget submitted by our branch director, John Hout. So we have written, and you may have received a copy, requesting approval of this line item in the Healdsburg Library budget for maintenance of our newly recommissioned fountain in front of the library. And the Friends of the Healdsburg Library have paid the fees to renovate this fountain, which has been decommissioned for some time. However, there has never been a maintenance contract for it, which is why it fell into disrepair. And so we have investigated. We have found the city of Healdsburg cannot service it because the library is operating without a lease from the city. And so we have investigated and found that Johnson Pool of Healdsburg can service the fountain, especially the monthly maintenance of the filters and so on, for $135 a month, which I realize is very small potatoes compared to the budget you're considering today. But for the Friends, it's important to us that now that this fountain right in front of the library has been totally improved and a special sculpture has been added, that it be maintained. So this does appear to be much more efficient and less expensive than having the county maintenance workers, who are not necessarily specialized in small pools, try to deal with it via work orders. They estimated it would cost them closer to $1,000 a month. So the actual pool around the fountain is very small, only about 4 feet square and 6 inches deep. So we hope that you will approve this line item in the budget, and that the CFO, Ken, will proceed to contract with Healdsburg Pools. We have currently paid them a one-time fee to service the fountain in the interim. So it's not appropriate for the Friends to be paying for an ongoing maintenance. We are chartered to provide one-time grants to the library for library services. So therefore, we ask for your consideration and your support. We appreciate all the cooperation we have received so far from county staff, and we hope that This new fountain will be the first step in our refresh, which is due to begin next year and is beginning to be planned right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Deborah, are you online?
I am.
All right. Can you hear us all right?
Yes, thank
Great.
you.
Thank you.
I apologize for paying attention to my phone. We were trying to make connections with a commissioner who's someplace else. I can't remember where now. Anyway. Austin, that's right. Okay, any other community comments or public comments? Okay, thank you very much. And on we go. So, item 4, the commission will review the updated budgetary reports and recommendations prepared by the staff. So I understand first one up is the administrative services.
Yes, well, good morning, Commissioners. Susan Hildreth, serving as your consultant at this point. And I'd like to just thank all the staff. When I was serving as the interim director, we did develop this budget.
Can you please adjust the microphone, Susan? Put a little closer. Yeah.
Can you hear? Okay, I'm not situated well here. All right. Okay, here we go. All right. So thanks to all the staff for working on this budget, and I know we'll have good discussion today and appreciate all your comments. So what I'm going to do is just briefly talk about the accomplishments that the Administrative Services Unit has had from July to December of 2018, the first 6 months of this fiscal year. And some of you who have gone through this process before, we are calling, I believe this unit might have been referred to as Executive Services, but we have renamed it Administrative Services, which I think better reflects what we're doing. And also, officially in this year, we've added the Community Relations Manager and the staff that the Community Relations Manager supervises to this administrative unit. So, you know, I think one of our big accomplishments in the first 6 months was working with the commission and commission leadership to onboard our 5 new commissioners who are here today. It's great to see everybody or talk to everybody on the phone. And I also spent some time meeting with the outgoing commissioners to ensure a good transition. One of the things that's really driven some of our work for these 6 months and on into this year is developing a spending plan for the 17-18 surplus, which the Commission approved in September, and that's created a lot of activities that you'll hear us talk about today. And in particular, I was specifically involved in bringing on board consultants for public service staffing analysis and the fundraising analysis. You may recall that we also updated the strategic plan. That's something that was done under Tracy Gray's leadership, and we followed the same procedure. So that's a very detailed document, but it does also let you know what we've been doing. We're auditing and tracking all of our MOUs, agreements, and contracts, and Jaylene Demapan is really handling that. We've continued to try to identify a new location for the Roseland branch and continued to work with the county, the Community Development Commission, and other groups, and I'm sure we'll hear more about that during the day. One of the things that I did that I think was really helpful was implemented memberships for the library in the Urban Libraries Council, the California Special Districts Association, and some other groups, CLA and United for Libraries, that help our staff and our commissioners with professional development and gives us access to really great training. And I think one of the great things we did was we worked with our Human Resources Department to, at Suzanne Silva, to reclassify a community relations coordinator position to community relations manager. And we also worked on that recruitment and brought on Ray Hawley here late in October to fill that position. And you're going to hear much more from Ray about what he's been doing for the rest of the year. But Ray got off to a good start, really looking at everything that's under his purview and even adding some areas that we might not initially have imagined. But we're really excited that we were able to bring Ray on board. So that completes what Administrative Services accomplished. And I also didn't mention that we also had a great recruitment and brought on a new library director, Ann Hammond. So there you go. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to take them. Otherwise, that ends my portion of the report.
Good morning, Chair Foxon and Commissioners Ray Hawley. I'm going to take the other half of the accomplishments list. These are our current and anticipated accomplishments for the first half of 2019, last half of our fiscal year. Some of these will already be in progress or complete, others are aspirational. There was a commission training workshop in February, which I believe everyone attended. There's talk about another commission retreat to be held sometime in the next few months. The management team is talking a lot and working on how we communicate and talk with our partners in the JPA, coordinating capital improvements, providing effective services, developing leases. As this rolls out, now that we have a new director on board, the Library Commission, I'm sure, will be involved in this. There's certainly an interest in coordinating and making all the leases as consistent as possible so that all the partners in the JPA, including us, know what to expect. Two items with similar names. The Library Strategies fundraising analysis is in draft form. Peter Pearson and Sue Hall were here last month, met with lots of folks, including many of you and lots of staff and community members. We have seen their draft report, we've given them feedback, and we expect a final report soon. They will be out here at the end of May to do a best practices training for the Friends group, and there will be a formal presentation to the Commission. There's another group called Library Strategies International that has been here recently working on a public service staffing analysis. I don't believe there's a draft of that yet. They were just here recently, but we'll get that soon, and then there'll also be a report to the Commission. The team has been working on workflow creation. You're going to see that as a theme, some of the next few items. Workflow for creation, maintenance of digital copies, MOUs, agreements, contracts. There's a lot of paperwork. Some of it is in file folders. Some of it is here and there on a hard drive, and we're trying to standardize all of that. The archives is a hot issue. You had a number of presentations and comments about it. We have been working with the county. The commissioners, two commissioners are taking a lead role in this to really talk about the best future for this. The Historical Records Commission is interested. We, of course, are interested. And so really a roles and responsibilities conversation is probably what has to happen next, which will lead to a conversation about the where the archives are going to live and who's going to be responsible for them. Downtown Santa Rosa has embarked on a very ambitious plan to rethink its downtown. Just a little bit of background. They got a grant quite a while ago, and in 2007 released a downtown area plan that would call for 3,400 new housing units in the downtown area. Last year they took a look at that and realized that out of that 3,400 they had built 100. So they thought maybe they needed to take another look at the plan. So they have done that. This building is inside the plan area, and our central library is inside the plan area. So working on the theory that if you're not on the table, you're on the menu, we joined with the station area plan. There's been one public meeting so far, and a focus group meeting that I participated in. Lana and I are monitoring this and reporting to the director. We think it's an opportunity to take a look at the Central Library, either preserve and solidify its location, or to talk with Santa Rosa about their plans for that property. Let's see. Oh, in graphics, just briefly, the graphics workflow is really crucial to how we market events and programs and how we communicate. And it has grown without any sort of planning, any sort of organization. It is not a very functional system, and we are working on that. It's a small department, 2 people. They work very hard, and yet we're still always behind, and so we're going to try to implement a software-based system. Susan earlier mentioned the Urban Libraries Council. I reached out to them and got some best practices feedback on how to do this, and so we're going to implement some of that. We have, as I hope you've noticed, increased our media exposure and are responding regularly to media requests. There was a great article about our history and genealogy library over the weekend in the Press Democrat. And we are in the next, before the end of this fiscal year, hopefully going to commit to and implement a marketing and outreach software system that allows us to do data-focused marketing, and especially something that's important to me is increasing library card usage. I took over the social media program for the system. We've had a few fits and starts there, but we're on a more or less even keel right now and hoping to dramatically expand that. We all have our concerns about social media, especially seeing Facebook in the news a lot, but we know that's where our patrons are, and we want to go visit them there. And the last item on the anticipated accomplishments list for January through June is to implement an online Public Records Act request system to streamline that, make sure we're complying with any requests, complying with the law, and making it easier on staff. Thank you. Happy to answer any questions.
Good morning. I'm taking the third part of this handoff. So I will talk to you about the goals that we have accomplished and are looking forward to for this year. Strategic plan. Susan mentioned our current strategic plan. It is coming to the end of its lifespan. That plus the fact that we have 5 new commissioners and a new director, I think indicates that it's time to take another look at our community and really develop a strategic plan that reflects the needs and goals of the various communities that we serve. So we'll be doing that in the coming year. Part of that will be looking at all of our facilities as well. We need to fully understand the needs of each location, develop a comprehensive facilities plan that reflects the strategic plan and the priorities of the commission. We will another part of that will be to look at the service areas. We want to make sure that we have a realistic picture of the geographic area serviced by each of our library locations so that we can better develop programs, materials, and outreach efforts for each location. Susan mentioned we'll continue to look for a new location for Roseland, both a temporary and a permanent location for that area. And we will continue to look at solutions for the archives. This particular goal is currently unfunded, but we're going to be continuing our efforts in that regard and hope to have something good for you in the future. Ray mentioned the downtown area specific plan. That's another goal of ours, to participate, to be meaningful partners with our cities and our unincorporated areas in their future growth. And the graphics workflow system was mentioned previously. The media exposure, I'm very happy to see that we've accomplished quite a lot in that regard. It's a great way to keep in touch with our communities, with our library users, reach out and find them where they are, which is not always inside the library buildings. And then the last one on this page is a latecomer, late addition. Susan mentioned the fundraising plan, a study that was conducted. One of the things that we've learned from that is that our current property tax and the Measure Y sales tax are adequate to support the status quo. If we want to significantly grow our library system or provide for innovation in technology and programs and services, we're going to need to seek outside funding, develop some private-public partnerships. We know that in this county there's a great capacity for philanthropy. I don't believe we've really taken advantage of that and given people the opportunity to be part of the growth of the library. So what we have included here is a request to look for ways to develop our fundraising capacity through either a position or partnering to help us accomplish that goal. And that's currently unfunded, but we'll be developing that idea and bringing you suggestions in the future.
Any comments or thoughts? Andy?
Thank you, Reese. Ann, I just have a quick question. The column to the right, which indicates funded or unfunded, what does that mean?
That means if it says funded, it means it's currently reflected in this budget.
Oh, okay, it's included in this budget.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions or comments?
Yes.
Karen?
Yeah. Karen Schneider. I just want to note that it said that a good fundraiser can make their salary back very quickly.
Any other comments? Yeah, I'd like to support that last item too. I think the growth that could come from that will be incredibly beneficial to the whole system. So, okay. I'm assuming the proposed budget expenditures. Ken, do you address that or does somebody else?
For the Administrative Services Division?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what the process of this whole thing is going to be, so I'm...
I mean, I can address it fairly quickly here. Most of them are pretty self-explanatory. I think we have in the consulting services, the facilities master plan, and also a consultant for marketing survey type of work. And then in the marketing, you can see that the outreach and marketing was one of the commission's goals. So we jumped that up by $50,000 a year up to a total of $200,000. The building rental is for the administrative offices in Rohnert Park. The supplies is a little bit high there. There was, we wanted to set aside some money.
I'm sorry, Ken, could you please speak up a little louder? We cannot hear you.
Oh, sorry. In the supplies area, that looks a little high, $80,475 down there. About $65,000 of that is some money that we set aside so the new director would have some flexibility coming in to the organization. So that's where that money resides. Other than that, I don't know if anyone has any questions on the specifics there.
Okay, Barbara?
Yes, thank you. I was curious about the disproportionate benefit versus salaries number there.
You mean the benefits under the general fund being so much higher?
Well, under personnel, I mean, normally the salaries, like benefits run about what, about 40 or 41% of salaries. So the salaries are $500,000 and the benefits are $1.2 million out of the general fund. And then the benefits are still higher than salaries, even under the total amount.
Let me look real quick.
Ken, I think that's because you put this, the potential for Sunday hours in there, isn't that right?
Well, that's in the sales tax fund.
Oh, okay.
The 1.2 million, that's a good question. I gotta find that real quick. I'm sorry. I can get back to you on that if you'll give me a short period of time to look for that answer.
Yeah, we can't hear you.
Oh, okay. I can get back to you on that. It'll take me a little bit to find the answer for you on my spreadsheet here.
Okay, that was one of my questions. The other one, I was wondering, under consulting services, I had to note which consultants, and I believe you just said this was a consultant, 105,000 to do a marketing.
No, the 75,000 is for the facilities master, or not facilities master plan, the strategic plan. I think I might have misspoke there.
75,000 for the facilities master plan?
No, the strategic plan.
The strategic plan. Mm-hmm. And does that pay, we anticipate that's a full cost for the strategic plan consultant?
Mm-hmm. It should be.
That's an estimated, we're
But,
just
you know,
a
should be
placeholder.
most of it.
It should be, yes.
And then the 30,000 is?
That's for marketing / survey consultant.
That's marketing consultant, okay.
So that, I just want to mention that 30,000 is something that we suggested. If we do want to really try to work with somebody to identify the customer service segments and also to assign every census tract to a branch, there are a number of firms that will help us do that. We might be able to do it ourselves, but sometimes it's better to get a neutral eye in there. So that is what that 30,000 was intended to support.
Okay, so it's related to marketing, but it's identifying the census tracts is really.
The census tracts initially, because that also helps you identify the demographics of who the customers are. So it's it's an integrated process, and you would get the census tract identification for the service areas and an identification of a plan for customers we're serving now and customers we might want to serve in the future.
Right. And my last question was, Ken addressed it, but the supplies number is really high for kind of a general category. So of that, of the 90,000, 65 was set aside for a new director to spend in general, or?
Well, she just got here and had very little input on how the budget was going, so we thought it was important to give her some flexibility moving into the new year.
Okay. So then that leaves, what, 25,000 in supplies for administrative services?
Yeah, around there. Mm-hmm.
Just roughly, what is that? I mean.
Paper, envelopes, pens, pencils, all kinds of stuff.
A lot, but anyway, I'm not trying to nitpick. I was just curious.
Am I incorrect in assuming that if the marketing falls under that some of the marketing expenses would be in those supplies?
Well, the marketing department also falls under administration, yes, but if we're out there marketing and purchasing things, that'll fall under the marketing line item, but supplies for, the one thing I wanted to, the question that you brought up about the benefits being so high, the benefits and the admin there under the general fund include a little over $1 million for the unfunded liability of CalPERS. So that's what that is.
Could I just follow up question? So could you just give us a little more detail about the CalPERS showing up there? Is that a plan to pay off some of the unfunded plan, or how does that exactly fit in?
It's addressed in more detail later in the packet, but what they do is we pay a percentage of everybody's payroll for the current employees, and then they have the unfunded liability that's sitting there on our books and everything, and they bill us each month. They determine what the annual amount is, and they bill us each month. And so the $1 million is what we will be paying next year for the unfunded portion of the CalPERS liability.
Righty. Jason?
I'm sorry. I got delayed by work, so I'm just a little late to the party. I just wanted to go back to page 6. And the one question I had was, this would become a hotter topic as time goes by, but like it says in item number 7, library facility and service needs are represented in library resources support plan development. What are our service needs? I mean, I assume at a basic level maintain the existing structures and services we have now at that location.
I'll let Ray speak to that. He talked about it briefly earlier.
We have a status quo situation, to use the director's term, in downtown Santa Rosa, and that could certainly go on for decades. Santa Rosa has an ambitious idea to relook at its entire downtown. Because of our location next to an empty lot, it would be advantageous for them to look at whether to redevelop the property where we're located. And if that's the case, we need to be part of that conversation so that we can be somewhere else in a new library. And that's the reference to library and facility service needs.
Here's my concern. We, technically speaking, on a leverage standpoint, we own the building, which is History and Genealogy, correct? Mm-hmm. Now, the city of Santa Rosa owns the building next door.
Yes.
Is there any possibility of they could say we could have less building space than we have currently in a new redevelopment project plan? So we would not have the basement space. We would not have. Just on a apples to apples basis. Are they able to decide what they can and won't give to the library in a central library location?
It is their property.
Yeah.
So they could theoretically do that. Would the Santa Rosa City Council want to take away library services from downtown? I doubt it. But they need to look at a bigger picture. They need to look at housing, they need to look at transit. And so, as I mentioned earlier, we just need to be part of that conversation. And so far, they've been very eager to welcome us into it.
Yeah, I'd like to just keep on top of
we are.
Development on that.
Absolutely.
Okay. Stephen?
Yeah, my comments are going to be directed towards where we get later today on pages 39 and 40, which basically just say that with our new budget percentages, we're only increasing the public classes and events by 2%. So I want to just say that as a preference for my comments about the administrative services proposed budget. I'm not all right with spending $305,000 to do consulting services and marketing, and not all right with $90,000 being spent on supplies. So if somehow that gets approved, then I would encourage somebody to come in and be a little bit more detailed about why it is that we're spending that huge amount of money on consulting services and marketing. Those are my comments.
I don't see it.
So I think
he wants to be that to be larger, but I don't see. Okay.
So you're just comparing that to.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to repeat that. I had a hard time understanding you.
Basically, I was preferencing in the fact that when we get to the end of the day, the public is going to see that we're only increasing the Venn diagram on pages 39 and 40 by 2%. So if the public is going to see that that's all the money that's going directly to them, then I'm really concerned that we're spending or propose to be spending $105,000 for consulting services, $200,000 on marketing, and $90,000 on supplies. If somehow we end up approving those numbers, I would really encourage that we receive frequent updates about the specifics about how that huge chunks of money are being spent, because right now I'm unpersuaded. Hope that helps.
Okay, thank you very much.
One clarification on the diagrams, the programs and events, the 2% that's 2% of the total budget. That's not, those aren't increases. So the programming and events, we've got a little over $900,000 in the proposed budget for it. and most of those events are, it would be much higher if we included the staff time that is in there, but there is $900,000 in the budget.
If I can just respond, again, the public is going to see pages 39 and 40. That's what they're going to see. So somehow I'm encouraging us to factor in the staff time to make it seem like the public is actually getting something, because right now the 2% seems to be across the board from the 18-19 into the 19-20 proposed budgets.
One could argue that all the staff time serves the public with the exception of the administration. So there's a whole public services area, which is the bulk of our budget. And so anyway, there's quite a bit of money sitting there in public services.
I would comment also that I would find it very confusing to have staff time factored into the programming line when it's also in salaries and benefits.
If I could add, the events budget is actually going up this year, and in marketing, the current budget includes all the supplies for the graphics department, which serves all branches. This year's budget is $160,000. We have raised it a little bit to respond to the Commission's request for more marketing and outreach as one of your goals. So we have a fairly ambitious plan. I'd be happy to come back and present a more formal sort of a marketing plan to you at some point, if that would be helpful.
And I'd just like to add one comment, echoing Ann's comment that $75,000 here in consulting services for the strategic plan is an estimate. We think it's a valid estimate, and that's why we put it in there. But the strategic planning is something that you do once every 4 or 5 years. So this is going to be an effort that's going to involve community engagement and other work. And I just want to make sure that I think the $75,000 is reasonable, but it's a very important effort that you're going to be supporting through 1920.
Any other questions? Barbara?
I just wanted to follow up a little bit. Before Measure Y, I believe this is right, Ken, the salary and benefits was up over 75%, wasn't it?
Yes, it was in that area, I think.
Right.
I can't remember.
So,
I'd have to look back, but I can.
Yeah, so we were, when we were bare bones time, so it was, when you look at a pie chart, it's kind of misleading, like all the money's going to salary benefits. That's just because all we had was enough money basically to pay people.
Right.
And we really have increased the collections budget and the events budget largely. And one of the things, to follow up on what Stephen said, I'm hoping that we can look to the Friends and to backfill and add. And that's just something I'm going to bring up later. But the Friends and Foundation, I think, have a role to play, specific role in our budget that maybe isn't accounted for here. And the Friends, the Friends for sure, and I think the Foundation would really love to have a specific part to play. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments or questions?
This is Deborah. I just want to say that I think that that really building a strong marketing program is very important. And we have had some marketing before, but I think that this is a good time to take a strategic look and actually spend some money on it. So I think that it may sound like it's a big number, but frankly, we have a lot to do in the coming years, and so I would support a strong marketing budget.
Thank you, Deborah. Anybody else? Okay. Barbara?
Just one more comment. I want to thank Deborah for her comments, and I completely second what you're saying. I think a lot of the things that we've said over the last couple of years is we have added all these great things, and a lot of people don't have any idea, and they still think of the library in the old way. So I think there's nothing more critical at this point in time than marketing or what we have, all we have to offer. Thank you.
Okay, anything else? Okay, so that was administrative services, and now we'll move on to human resources. Suzanne Silva. Welcome.
Good morning, commissioners. Well, as you know, in a public services, human resources usually does the work behind the scenes. So we are a cost center in a public services agency. Salaries and benefits usually comprises about 60% of the costs, and retiree benefits also comprises a very big percentage of those costs. But I would like to first start off with our accomplishments. And one of the things that's not on here is that in this past fiscal year, we've hired about 46 FTE, and so that's a very large accomplishment that I would like to thank my staff for. One of the very big accomplishments is that we were able to hire a permanent director, which I'm very proud of, and with the work of the commission and Susan Hildreth, that was very important. And one of the big things was hiring Susan Hildreth because of her well-known, well-known stature throughout the industry. She was able to help us get that permanent director. So thank you, Susan. Another big accomplishment that we were able to do is get a HRIS system, a human resources information system, which has enabled us to streamline some of those processes, go paperless for some the benefits system, and we are still in the process of doing that, but we had paperless open enrollment, and that was very big because the staff did that very seamlessly, and that's helped us a lot. So I'm very pleased with that, and staff was they were welcome to that. I wasn't sure how that was going to work, but it worked very well. We're still in the process of doing the online billing, and so we've had a couple of snags with that, but we're getting through that. Another accomplishment that we had is we are doing job-related skills testing for staff. So that's been, I think we're going to get a more qualified staff through that. We're in the process of doing negotiations, and part of that we had to do a salary survey that was part of the MOU. So we worked with RGS, which is Regional Government Services, to get that accomplished, and our negotiations have been taking a lot longer than we anticipated, but we want to get a fair contract, and so we're working through that, and I anticipate us getting through that in the next few months. So our anticipated accomplishments, moving on to those, we are adding a full-time teen librarian to this, both the Sonoma and Northwest branches. We will be implementing phase 2 of the HRIS system, which is going to be adding position control and paperless onboarding. Again, hoping to complete our successor contract negotiations. This spring, we'll be hosting a health and wellness fair. And we're also providing disabled patron awareness, sensitivity, and accommodation training. We are also, there's been some changes in sexual harassment and discrimination prevention laws, so we've training all our management staff, and we also are required to provide training to our employees. So we'll be doing that this year. Our trainer is revising the circulation training, and then we are providing training to our different branches, specifically Windsor's training to the single service desk. Some of our goals for the next fiscal year, we want to expand our management training program. And then in the next year, we'll be doing the scheduling training online for our HRIS system. Candidates, and then adding the candidate self-serve so our candidates can apply through the HRIS system. And then we would like to be doing pre-employment physical exams. because we want to do that, we have to complete a job analysis for all of the positions, which means we'll have to determine what those benchmarks are to have the job, the physical exams. And then we want to, again, provide the staff training, and then LGBTQ training for staff, and an on-demand training menu, and then just revise the whole menu for staff development training and support. So, are there questions?
Okay, Stephen.
Yes, thank you for this. And well, I'm definitely heartened about the awareness and sensitivity training for those with disabilities and also LGBTQ. I'm hoping that at some point we're going to see some type of the specifics of the awareness and sensitivity training for all historically marginalized parts of our community, including those that are unsheltered, undocumented, race, ethnicity, all of that. So I'm hoping that we see something come into this on that perspective.
Okay, David?
Yes, Suzanne, I was interested in your staff hiring figures. You said we've hired 46 FTE. From when to when was that?
Oh, so far from July to this point. And we also, at this point, we have 14 FTE vacant positions.
Okay. 14 vacancies. How many FTEs do you expect to hire within, say, the next calendar year? Or any other measure that you choose?
Well, it depends on how many turnover we have. We have a turnover rate so far of 2% in the past calendar year, but it's become evident that a lot of our staff are starting to retire.
Okay, maybe I wasn't clear about what I'm concerned about. I'm concerned about the total level of staffing within the system. So you're not saying that you've added 46 new positions?
No.
Okay.
We did add so from the time I started in 2017, with Measure Y, I believe we added 30 FTE. And then, with attrition and we've had to fill some of those. A lot of those, because we have an internal transfer process, it became, as people promoted and moved, we had to, so a lot of those were replacements within the system, and then we hired a lot of new positions. We also have extra help, so we do go out for recruitments on a continuous basis for extra help hires, and with programs like summer reading, we will fill extra help positions too. So extra help are hired for an interim basis. And then sometimes the extra help will be hired on a full-time or part-time basis.
Okay, I'm looking at under your anticipated accomplishments for January, June of this year on page 9. You say, higher staff needed to accommodate expanded programming. Roughly how many do you expect those to be?
Well, at this point in time, there will be, if our budget gets passed, then we will have, for Sunday hours, we'll go into that maybe later on in the budget. Oh, yes, 17.75 FTE. That's
for Sunday?
That would be for Sunday hours, yes.
Gotcha, okay.
Yeah, not necessarily January through June.
Those are that's the number of FTEs that's included on page 46 with the new positions that are included in the budget.
Okay, thanks.
Could I just briefly address Commissioner Zollman's question? When we have the public services presentation, you're going to hear more about the mental health training and the community outreach training that's happening. And we've also mentioned this previously to the commission, but I wanted to remind you that Lana Adlawan is serving, I think, as the lead in the county's second cohort working with the Government Alliance on Race and Equity. And this program is really a nationally known program that's helping public agencies identify approaches to implement social justice and racial equity. So I know as she moves through that program, she'll provide more information to you, but I wanted to remind everyone that and she's serving as the lead person in that cohort, and also getting to work with a number of other county employees and county departments who are embracing that philosophy.
Okay. Jason?
So the new initiatives that you just mentioned are what, my only question was, oh, I looked at the wrong page. What is AB 1825 and SB 1343?
AB 1825 is the government code for the sexual harassment, and AB 1343 is the new law on anti-bullying.
Okay, thank you.
All righty. Karen, did you have a question?
I didn't hear what was 13.3.
The anti-bullying provision, yes.
Okay. Barbara, you had a question.
Well, follow up on that. I had the same questions about what those bills were. We, as commissioners, have had the required training on sexual harassment. I've never heard of the anti-bullying thing. Are we, side issue, but I mean, are we to get that training also as well as staff?
Well, I don't believe it's necessary because in the fact that you're not on site as much, but I mean, I can look into that. I mean,
I think it'd be nice if we, understood it, had some opportunity to, I don't know, maybe through our new associations, the
STRMA training. I can look and see if there's a new
special districts.
Yes, yes, I can look and see if they have a updated training for you. I do know that there was, when we attended the training through our Liebert Cassidy Whitmore, there was a person who was on the city council that trained it, but they only offered it once this year, so we had to have all of our managers and supervisors attend. But I know that that Ann will be attending it. She will need to attend a webinar, so we can see when she attends if you can attend that one with her. So
right. Mm-hmm. And I just had two other quick questions. One, I like the idea of the spring employee wellness and health fair. We haven't had that in the past, right? And
I'm not sure. Maybe it's been a while ago. You haven't had it within the last 2 years. We did provide, when we switched over to CalPERS, we did provide, a small, it was very quick transition over to that, if you recall, a couple of years ago. So we did provide the vendors on site, but this is going to be a little, an expanded affair. So that's going to be coming up in May.
But it's more than the health insurance, right?
Yes, we'll have some chiropractors and various vendors on site. So that's going to be coming up again in May.
Where's on site? And closed for the day?
At Central. It'll be May 29th. So yes.
And we're not closed for the day. It's just
no. It'll be from 10 to 3 here at Central, and yes, staff will be able to attend. So at Central. I'll provide more information as it gets a little bit closer.
Great. I'm always interested in health and wellness.
Right.
And in terms of implementing pre-employment physical exams, we do not currently require that?
No, we only do background checks.
Okay. And how would we do that? Would we contract with a
facility, yes, and be a pre-employment post-offer check.
Okay.
Not for every classification, but for certain classifications.
So not all classifications.
Yes.
Do we do drug testing?
No, that's a little bit more tenuous for public agencies. Yes.
Okay. I'm just curious. I am not saying we should. I'm just curious. We do. Okay. Thank you.
Does the pre-employment physical, is that part of the collective bargaining agreement, CBA, or would it be part of the CBA? No?
No, because when employees aren't covered by the CBA until they're actually employees, it would be something that we would actually, advise the union and let them know about. And current employees, aren't covered by something like that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Suzanne, I noticed later on in the public services anticipated accomplishments, there was one related to increasing partnerships with city and county agencies serving people experiencing homelessness. Has there been any discussion about providing staff with training for working more effectively with members of the homeless community?
I believe that there has been, and I think that Lana and Sarah will discuss that more in their portion of the presentation.
But it's not budgeted as a training item in your department?
Not at this time. One of the agencies does provide it for free as part of their services. So we've been working with that agency for quite some time.
And which agency is that?
Is it Buckaloo? It's Buckaloo Services, yes.
Great.
We also had mental health training included in the surplus that we're using before the end of June, the end of this June. That was funded in there, in the surplus. The 17-18 surplus, not the proposed budget.
Okay, thank you.
Stephen?
Yes, to follow up with what Commissioner Elkins has just said, as far as seeing some type of specific training for our staff in interacting with our unsheltered, I would like to see some specifics of that at some point if this budget actually, your proposal is actually approved. So, thanks.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, well, I have one. What is successor contract?
That's the SEIU negotiations.
Okay, thank you. Wanted to verify that. Okay, any other questions? All righty, I guess we're done with that. Any questions on the budget part of human resources? Okay, Paul?
I noticed under computer software license, there wasn't anything in the budget for that. Is that just a line item that's there every year and you've already paid the license, or what's?
Our computer licensing is all covered under the IT budget.
Okay, so why would it be under human resources then?
We just want to show that we do have licenses, and so, but they are covered under IT.
All right.
Okay, Barbara?
And this is Deborah. I just would like to say what a remarkable job Suzanne has done in terms of hiring over the last year. It's been quite handling the union negotiations, et cetera, et cetera. It really has been an interesting process to watch, and I want to thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Barbara?
I second what Deborah said. I know it's been quite a whirlwind for the last couple of years, actually, so thank you. My question is, on the budget page, again, the disproportion of salaries to benefits, I'm sure that $3 million is some big chunk of probably some liability, or is that all the employee benefits, or what is in there?
That also includes the retiree.
That's OPEB?
Yes.
Our big deposit?
Yeah, it includes the $2.25 million deposit into the OPEB trust, and then $675,000 of ongoing pay-as-you-go invoices.
I can't hear you're well enough. The second part.
The $675,000 is the pay-as-you-go invoices for our current retirees.
Okay, thank you. And then the mileage reimbursement, I thought there's something wacky about that, $25,000 for mileage reimbursement for the 5 people in HR.
That includes all staff mileage reimbursement, not just human resources.
So that's all staff at the library?
Yes.
And
that also, sorry, I didn't mean to.
Yeah, and then under professional development, the $25,000, who is being professionally developed under that chunk? That doesn't apply to the whole staff? That's not enough for the whole staff?
That also includes staff development, so that would include staff development under the MOU. They receive up to $500 per fiscal year. And $200 of that can be used towards health and wellness reimbursement. So that's just that's under the contract.
Right, so that's
all staff. Yeah, so it's just budgeted under human resources as well.
But staff also get a lot more training approved.
So that comes under the training budget. So the human resources just budgets that because it comes under our umbrella. Remember, we're a cost center.
Yeah.
So my question is, just to clarify, $25,000 is for training the entire system?
No, only a little piece of guaranteed.
But
I'm confused.
Under the professional development, that's the money that each employee gets allocated to them. Some of them use them for the memberships in various organizations, and some of them use them for training. The mandated training and training for all employees is up under the training line, the $130,000.
So what about conferences for staff?
That's training. We lump it all in training.
Thank you.
Okay, David.
Just to make sure that Commissioner Snyder knows that each employee is allocated up to $500 a year. They can use it or not, but that $500 is what you're seeing per employee is what you're seeing in the professional development.
So that's $500 for conferences?
No, for example, if I wanted to belong to a professional agency, for example, human resources management organization, then it would come out of that. And then, for example, if I only used $100 for that, and then I wanted to, and then part of that per the SEIU contract, if I wanted to use $200 of that for health and wellness, I could use a portion of that. And if I didn't use all of it, part of it rolls over into the next year, but only for 1 year. So this is just as part of their SEIU benefit.
Okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
David?
Suzanne, I have a question about legal services. I noticed that Human Resources has proposed $50,000, which is the same amount as legal services for the administrative services budget. Now, my guess is that since we have specialized labor counsel...
Dave, I'm sorry, can I hear you? Could you please speak into the microphone? Can I make a general request? I don't mean to be a pain, but I also don't want to continue to ask everybody in the room to please speak directly into the microphone loudly and clearly so we can all hear. That would be much appreciated.
Maybe there's a system fix. Maybe there's a gain knob that you can turn up the whole system. But anyway, my question was about the legal services item, $50,000 on human resources and $50,000 under administrative. Is this the division between our general counsel and our labor counsel?
At this time, we have separate general counsel and separate legal counsel. Mm-hmm. And at this time, since we're still going through the labor negotiations, we've budgeted potentially a little bit higher on the counsel for HR.
Okay, well, they both say 50,000.
Right, well, so general counsel has, real estate potentially issues, and HR has
issues.
Well, we contact them for other issues besides counsel for potentially disciplinary or other employment-related matters.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Andy?
I apologize if you said this and I missed it. Again, as Barbara had asked previously about the very substantial benefits total as opposed to salary, is that also related to the CalPERS issue?
That's related to the retiree health unfunded liability. And there's, the commission approved the OPEB policy early this year that was going to, for 1920, there would be $1.5 million use of fund balance put into the OPEB trust, and then $750,000 for the next 10 years in the operating budget goes into the OPEB trust.
Makes total sense. I guess my question, and I apologize that I'm not used to seeing public accounting statements as opposed to private. Why is that specific to this department?
Well, we wanted to just isolate it. We could have spread it out on a percentage basis if need be.
Okay, but this benefits figure is all related to the OPEB, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
They're not all of it. There's some benefits having to do with the personnel in the HR department also. It's like 200,000 or a little over 100,000, I think, somewhere in there.
Okay. Randall?
What's the current staffing in the library right now?
We have 220 FTE, which includes extra help. So I believe it's 180. Sorry, I didn't bring that number. 181 FTE, okay. Which includes a couple more bodies because they're not all one FTE.
181 FTE or 220 FTE?
220 includes all of the extra help, which is on the payroll.
Right, that's what I thought.
Yes,
okay.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions? Deborah, any questions?
I'm good.
All righty. Well, Barbara.
I just want to suggest that in next year's documentation, these kind of big oddball things like not oddball, but the OPEB, those dollar amounts there's more detail, so it's a separate line. You know, under the human resources, the benefits for those staff be listed, and then the big OPEB deposit just listed separately. I think it'd avoid a lot of questions.
Back further in the detail, they all are detailed out.
I think it would help here just because it's so unusual. But thank you. Just a question or a comment.
Okay. Again, any other questions? All righty. Thank you, Suzanne. And we move on to financial services. Ken, you're on the...
Hi. Starting there on page 13 under the accomplishments, you can see there that we worked with the interim director and the Measure Y committee to produce develop the first annual report, which was presented to the commission a few months ago. We got the 17-18 audit done in good time. A big part of, what we did is implemented the new payroll system. It's tied to the HRIS system that Suzanne talked about. That was a big accomplishment and is still ongoing. We revised the OPEB policy, which I already spoke about a little bit, but that was revised and adopted in August or September, I believe, and as well as the new updated fund balance policy. What we would like to do and what we have done is since January is we continue to implement the new payroll and HRIS system. The payroll person is heavily involved in that. We are currently trying to hire an accountant, and so we want to integrate that new staff person into the department. We're working on updated procurement process and planning, purchasing policies, and the number 4 there is the inclusive budget development, the product of which is in front of you right now. So that's been pretty much completed. Going into next year, we want to make sure all the policies for purchasing and procurement are updated and brought to the commission and adopted. Integrate the new staff into the department. Again, complete the 18-19 audit. And we really need to increase and improve reporting to the administration and managers of the numbers and the budget items.
So I have a question. In terms of the staffing of this department, I noticed that there's 6.0 FTE and there's 3 vacancies, not including the CFO's position. Are those vacancies currently being recruited, or are they waiting for the new hire, or what?
As I said, the accountant, we had interviews a couple weeks ago, so we were hoping to make an offer and get someone in there within the next few weeks. The CFO, they're working on trying to get an interim person in place. And the other vacancy has been hanging out there and will most likely wait until the new CFO is in place so they can determine what they need in the department.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Stephen?
Yes, thank you for your report and your ongoing work. And since one of our highest priorities is fiscal transparency and thoroughness, et cetera, I am very troubled by the number of vacancies that our fellow commissioners raised. So I know we're in this separate session, but I'm hoping that we will get an update soon about when the top position is going to be filled and then all the other subsequent vacancies. I'm very concerned by looking at this graph.
Okay, Barbara?
Yes, I'd like to point out something in particular since our CFO is unfortunately leaving us. I chaired the Finance Committee for the first 4 years I was on the commission, and I would like to particularly call out the audit reports. When I first started, we had an auditor carried on from the prior commission, and I think he did a fine job. There were delay after delay after delay. Anyway, we went through a process of selecting some auditors, new auditors that Ken found for us, and we hired Pizzenti and Brinker. They've done a great job, and in particular, I want to point out in Ken's behalf, our CFO's behalf, that we've had great audits. They've been clean. They can hardly find anything that we're doing wrong. And the last major item had only to do with doing an inventory of our capital assets. This was kind of like a list of all the old computers that were in old printers that were stuck in branches and so forth. But anyway, he cleaned that one up, and we had a completely clean audit this year with no findings. And so anyway, I want to congratulate our CFO because I think he's done a great job in all of our reporting. And thank you.
Second that.
Second that. Third.
Hey, any other questions? Okay.
All right, thank you. Just going on to the numbers, there's not many numbers there to talk about. You know, the finance department is pretty low key in the bigger picture of things. You can see the audit and accounting. We get some bank charges and stuff there. That's what's under that line. The county charges us for using their accounting system and managing our money, and that's the $150,000 that you see there. And then the supplies, there's various supplies that we need to keep the department running. So pretty bare bones, but at the same time, it's a well-functioning department that works very efficiently. So.
Paul?
I understand that the accounting audit is under a line item, and contracting services is there's no money in that. Isn't the audit a contract service?
Yes, it is. I mean, we have two different account numbers, one for the auditing figure and then one for contract services, which includes, a lot of miscellaneous items. But so we choose to put it up under accounting and audit there.
Any other questions? David?
Yeah. Would it make sense to get our own accounting system and sever the relationship with the county's system or not?
There are certain benefits to that, but the overall one is yes, it would make sense. It would be a lot less costly. The one thing that I understand, if severing it with the county and pulling our money out, what that would, we would lose the ability to get the bridge loans from the county that they provide for us, or we haven't used it in quite a few years. But you know, because the property tax, the biggest portion of our budget comes only twice a year. And what they do for entities is provide like a bridge loan until the tax comes in. So that would be the downside of things, and that could be a very big downside of things, depending on fund balance and how the budget looks in the future and stuff like that.
Okay, thanks.
Anything else? Barbara.
Hi, just one more question, a follow-up question. So the county manages, we use their banking system, and the county, quote, manages our money for us. Maybe you could enlighten us a little bit more about what managing our money for us means.
Well, we're in the county investment pool, and, you know, most of it's all tax money that they get and we get and all the other entities get. And so they have people that are investment people over there, and it's very limited what they, by state law, what can be invested in. But they get around 2 or 2.5% in the money, which for the money that which really is pretty good given the what they can invest in. Does that answer the question?
Okay, anything else?
Okay, are we done then? Thank you, Ken, very much. And thank you for all you have done for the library over the years that I've been connected with it. I do appreciate you very much. Okay, we're moving on to facilities.
Good morning. David Chisheva, Facilities Manager. So currently we are fully staffed in delivery and facilities. We'll just go straight into the accomplishments. We had a situation at our annex where we had to remove hazardous material as quickly as possible. So that was a major accomplishment given the short notice, and all the parties involved, including public service staff who actually work over there, had to be relocated. Literacy had to be relocated. We turned it around in 2 months and got everybody moved back in. So that was a big stall to our regular day-to-day operations as well. We had the central chiller rebuilt last summer. Not in time to keep the building cool for the summer, though. So we're still working on the Cundy room, although it was kind of finalized and a little bit of a promotion was done, but we're revisiting that due to public comment. We're in the middle of the LED lighting system-wide upgrade. We have one branch left. It's Runner Park, and that is going very smoothly. Still working on the relocation of a new Roseland location, permanent and short-term. We acquired the services of Nolan Tam to be our architects for the Petaluma refresh. In delivery, we went from 2 routes to 3 routes to try to speed up our delivery process and get items to branches with very little downtime in the storage warehouse. So it's 1-day service was the goal. So if somebody had an item that they wanted from Cloverdale, they could get it, within 24 hours. So we joined CUPCA, the California Uniform Public Construction Cost Accounting Act. which has enabled us to do larger, small projects. We initiated system-wide controlled access with IT, so every building now is accessible through a proximity card, and then we can also limit the accessibility to the buildings through that proximity card. We can also monitor who's gone in and when. That's been a long time coming, and it's working pretty good. I don't initiated an energy audit. We basically only talked to, I guess that's associated with the LED lighting program, because we had to go and look at, how long it would take to get our money back for that investment. So, started a deferred maintenance program and budget. Began an asset management system for the motor pool. We now have 3 delivery trucks, 5 facilities trucks, and a new IT van coming in place. So we have a staff member who schedules all the maintenance of those vehicles and makes sure that the people who drive those vehicles know when to get those vehicles into maintenance. It's working out fairly well. We purchased a new facilities van, which is getting cataloged right now at the county motor pool. And we are using a hybrid delivery truck. And we're analyzing that truck to see its feasibility within, what our demands are on that vehicle, which can be pretty brutal going down Bohemian Highway. All right, moving on to our anticipated accomplishments for the rest of the fiscal year. We anticipate having a full design phase for Petaluma completed by the end of the fiscal year. We will be completed with the LED system-wide project. We should have a full understanding of the staffing needed to run our delivery system and what training those staff need. That's been a long time coming. There's no driver's training. There's no ergonomic training for the staff that's doing the sort and loading the carts, because it's very specific to just delivery. So it kind of falls outside of the regular training staff get for those things. So anyway, we're studying that now, in-house study with the supervisor. So we'll be replacing all the window coverings in central form room. We will complete the headquarters phase 2 with the meeting room and offices, which is halfway done at this moment now. We'll still be planning and facilitating the management and relocation of a new Roseland temporary space. We're implementing an HVAC filter disaster program, which involves having carbon filters on hand. In the event there's a fire, we can have our normal filters replaced with the carbon filters within a week, instead of waiting for the 2 months for those filters to be ordered and then for the labor it takes to install them. This way we can have cleaner air quicker in our buildings and hopefully open them sooner. Like in the past, we've had to keep some buildings closed for several weeks. And I've been working fairly diligently with the city of Sonoma and Santa Rosa on getting resurfacing maintenance schedule for our parking lots, so we don't end up with a situation like we have in Petaluma with a parking lot that needs to be completely replaced. Moving on to next year's goals. Our plan for a possible new location for the archives, which is currently unfunded. Utilize a cost-benefit analysis best practice when planning projects. Facilitate a new location for Roseland. engage in a fully engaged energy audit of all our facilities. Continue and complete the Petaluma refresh update. Continue and complete the Healdsburg refresh. Begin planning for the central and the annex refresh. Implement the staffing plan for the delivery system. Complete our requirements for the UPCA, Accounting Act. And I don't know why the energy audit's in there twice, but that's in there twice. And then I'm working along with Public Services to develop a small projects request procedure so that we don't just get an email requesting a project, and we can have some sort of process so that people can see where the funding comes from, if there's funding, the time it takes to do a project, and that way staff can feel more comfortable, requesting things. We can move right into the budget if you want, if there's no questions.
Does anybody have any questions at this point in time? Barbara.
Yes, I have a number of questions. This is one of my favorite topics, as you know. Thanks, you've certainly had your hands full and done a ton of stuff. Just preliminarily, I wonder if you could tell us, including, particularly update the new commissioners on what it's meant to move to the HQ in terms of the deliveries and the transition from the nightmare scenario that you used to be in.
Right. That has been extremely beneficial. With collection services at the beginning of that, actually ran delivery prior to that move, but the major benefit of having a warehouse versus the basement of the central building is that we can absorb more books at one time, which means we can get more books out at one time. So when that budget was increased several years ago to almost double, that meant double the books, in theory. So we could not handle that much material out of the basement through an elevator. In fact, we had to delay shipment of material. Is that correct? Yeah. Yes, in order just to be able to handle the capacity. So, and then as far as the other departments go, having all the system-wide service people in one centralized location really streamlines the process. And I'm working on a project where IT is involved, public services is involved, and having them right next door where we can meet or pop our head in and go over things really helps us move things along a lot quicker. For instance, the LED lighting upgrade that we did. So that contract had to be gone over by our legal counsel, and that takes a little bit of time. But in order to get everything done in this fiscal year, we had a very short window of opportunity to present that to you guys. And so without having the director 2 doors down from me to be able to sign off on such a high-priced item after legal counsel had approved the contract would have delayed that a whole month, which would mean that we couldn't finish that project within the fiscal year, possibly. So it's times like that really show us that it's.
Yeah, I wanted to give you an opportunity to talk about the efficiencies because we're spending quite a bit of money on our HQ, but it's really enabled us not only to be much more efficient, but also to be able to have the capacity to deal with all of the collections. For anybody who has never seen what we used to do, in the central branch, a very small beat up elevator, 2 carts at a time, right? Up and down the elevator. It's completely...
Yeah. They would fill it with 4, actually, and sometimes really? Right in the middle. But some people weren't comfortable, so they had to run up and down the stairs.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was pretty archaic.
it's a miracle that it didn't break down all the time. So anyway, that was my opening question, or actually comment. I did want to ask for the record under facilities accomplishments, number 2, rebuilt central chiller. Would like to get an opportunity for someone to comment whether we've been reimbursed for the chiller and the crane by Santa Rosa.
Yeah, go ahead.
So we're still working on that, and we believe that there will be a consent item on the April 2nd Santa Rosa City Council agenda to reimburse the library for 50% of the costs, which was the former protocol in terms of the library and Santa Rosa City expenses.
Right, and that'd be for the chiller and the crane both? Thank you. Thanks for pursuing that. I appreciate it very much. I was curious about the central window coverings and the cost of that for Santa Rosa Central will be part of the library budget?
That is funded this fiscal year, so we will be
okay.
Getting that done.
Okay. And then under facilities, number 8, under anticipated accomplishments, again, we're back to parking lot resurfacing and the maintenance schedule for Sonoma and Santa Rosa. And what is the plan for reimbursement on those?
The plan with those two specifically are that they're paying for that. I am, just working out the dates and the times and when that stuff can happen. So Sonoma should be happening early June, and Santa Rosa I'm still badgering.
Okay.
For
and both
a timeline.
Of those are under the city budget.
Yeah, those would be in city budget. So City of Santa Rosa has budgeted $50,000 for libraries, and so instead of them dictating where that money gets spent, I'm kind of sitting at the table with them deciding what is most important.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
And then I think I had one more question, which is under goals, number 7 says begin planning for central and annex update. And then earlier we talked about the potential of everything being thrown up in the air with the new downtown plan. So, and I think this ties to getting a new facilities master plan too. We had our facilities reviewed, what was that, about 4 years ago. And so we've had Cloverdale refreshed, a kind of basic level. The Northwest, really nice job. Petaluma's in the works. I understand Healdsburg's coming up, and then Central would be next after that. And I guess one of my questions is whether that makes any sense given the downtown plan. And I think as part of the facilities master plan process, it would be really nice to have a list, a ranking of, who's coming along when, and to make sure we're looking at equity issues in terms of the jurisdictions, and also what other smaller projects for maybe the person, whatever library may be waiting last in line for any kind of thing, what kind of smaller refreshing projects we might have, internal, touch-up painting, and I don't know. I'd just like to know if there's something in between a major refresh and smaller projects within the other libraries that aren't in line for the major refresh.
Yeah, we had quite a few requests system-wide for what I would consider small projects, furnishings. And let me just disclaim what a refresh means to us. It is all assets, furniture, carpet, shelving, and paint. What we've got into in a little bit in Northwest and then more so in Petaluma is ADA compliant issues that have kind of directed the refresh into a more of a remodel kind of area, very minorly in Northwest, where we just redid the staff restroom into an ADA restroom, and we expanded the staff room a little bit. Now in Petaluma, that goes, it's being proposed to do the public restrooms, but mainly it's a facelift to the interior of the branch, which is our responsibility. All those, the majority of that expense is an asset. The shelving and the furniture are considered assets. And those can go with us if we move. They can be moved around to accommodate smaller projects. Carpeting is, a lot of requests for carpeting. So we have a few carpeting requests that we've granted in the budget. I believe Guerneville Farm Room is in there, and an area in the Windsor Library as well that's happening this fiscal year. And that's a big reason, Barbara, that you bring this up, is that to have a small projects request kind of process. And that way we can, not only can we decide like, well, where the money's coming from and everybody can see that and it's real transparent, but we can also like, can we absorb this? We can look at things like that, and we can track those projects, because a lot of things just go through our work order system and then they are trackable, but they kind of can get lost very easily that way as well. So we do have quite a few small projects in the works and anticipate quite a few going forward.
Well, I've always felt, and I brought this up at other commission meetings, that it's really good for us as commissioners because we represent not only the whole system, but also the jurisdiction that appointed us. If we had more of an ongoing knowledge of what updates might be happening, what technology might be added, roughly when it's going to happen, you know, those kinds of things. So Any kind of transparency about the projects for all of us would be, helpful to us as commissioners.
Right.
I just want to point out that we have a technology plan imminent. We have a consultant here working with Vicki on that, so we should see one soon. And I also wanted to add that, doing the math, the facilities department has 2/3 of a person per outlet in the system, so you're doing a remarkable job with your staffing level.
David?
Yeah, I want to compliment you on the refresh for Northwest. It may sound like just paint, and stuff, but that's my branch. That's the branch I use. Mm-hmm. And the former arrangement, it was really grim. And now it's quite nice. I think it made a major difference to the public.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? Well,
This is Deborah.
Oh, Deborah, sorry. Forgot.
No, that's all right. That's all right. I'm curious, and we may have heard this before, but I'm interested in the energy audit and wonder. We had a conversation about a specific branch, solar panels, non-solar panels, and it dawned on me as I was listening to you that I don't know whether we have solar panels on any of the other buildings, and I don't know whether that's a furniture, fixtures, and equipment issue, or whether that's a landlord issue.
Mainly that's a landlord issue. We can provide the water, so to speak, to lead the horse to, but in the end, and that's what the energy audit is. One of my goals from an energy audit is that, because there is a lot of buzz about solar panels, and they're really groovy and all that, and they're great ideas, but in the end, it does come down to our partners in each city and the county, whether they want that on their property. So an energy audit would help because they need to see how efficient the buildings are to begin with before you plan energy savings projects.
Very strategic. I hope that I didn't draw the curtain too soon, but it's wonderful that you're doing it.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Yeah, that was one of my questions about the energy audits, is I would like at some point in time to know what you found out. And yes, you're right. You do have to fix the buildings before you put the solar on, because you can do a much smaller system if you have efficient buildings.
Correct.
So anyway, yeah, but I'd like to find out maybe a staff report or something. Okay. Barbara?
Yes, and a follow-up to that, again, I think we've talked about this a little bit, but the cost would be to the landlord or the jurisdiction, the savings would be to the library.
Exactly.
Because we're the ones that pay the PG&E bill. I was curious about our total utility bill of $750,000, roughly the PG&E cost and the other costs. Could you kind of give us some ballpark numbers for those utilities?
Oh, like this, the difference between the gas and the electric?
No, just how much of that? I think that's more than I thought it was, because I thought, our PG&E bill always shows up separately in our finance thing. I always thought it ran around 25 or 30,000. So our total utilities is 750,000. It just seemed, like what other big numbers are in there?
Well, we had to include opening Sunday into these figures as well, but that's system-wide. That is an accurate account. I think maybe a bill that you might have saw was just one location, maybe, possibly. Ken?
Yeah, the PG&E is up around $32,000 a month right now. We included cost for additional hours and another location for Roseland. We currently don't pay the utilities there now. The CDC does. And then also the increase for the Sunday hours, we put that in there. It's not only the PG&E bill, the garbage goes into that account, the water goes in, garbage goes into that account, water, sewer, all utilities and things like that are in there. So it's not just PG&E.
Right. No, I know that's what I wondered was the proportion, because even if the PG&E goes up to 40,000, 40 times 12 is 480,000, and we're budgeting 750,000. It just didn't realize that our other utilities were that high.
We have many locations that we have to pay for, which it's kind of crazy, but yeah, it ends up being up there.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions about the budget or the proposed expenditures or anything? All righty. Thank you, David, very much.
You're welcome.
And thank you for what you're doing for us. Okay. Collection services. Jamie.
Hello, I'm Jamie Anderson, Division Manager of Collection Services, and starting on page 21 in your packet, I am pleased to talk to you today about the accomplishments and goals related to our collection. We have about 20 employees in this division, and I'm happy to say we are fully staffed at this moment. So starting with the accomplishments, going back to July, we have maintained a holds to copy ratio of 4:1. This is important historically because prior to Measure Y, we used to maintain a hold to copy ratio of 6:1, 7:1, and even 8:1 in years gone by. So to be able to get that down to 4:1 is a real improvement in service to the public. And this just refers to for every 4 holds there might be on a title, we have at least 1 copy. We, this past year, hired a bilingual librarian. Christina Hansen came on board, and she is doing all of our selection for Spanish language materials, as well as other world language materials, and she's also selecting all of our audiovisual materials. I listed a couple digitization projects on here that we're very proud of. This past year, we worked with Luther Burbank Home and Gardens to digitize and add a number of photographs and postcards from their collection that you can now access through our catalog and our collection. And we also digitized and added an online collection of Sonoma County in the Decade television series. So for example, Sonoma County in the 90s, Sonoma County in the 80s. These were originally video cassettes that were produced by the Sonoma County Public Information Office, and they were then converted to digital copies and mounted on our catalog. We've invested in a couple of new formats this past year. Video games is a big one. We started with juvenile video games and just recently expanded into teen and adult video games. We took a look at our world language collections and rejuvenated them with a new influx of money. We were able to do that through Measure Y. Again, historically, those collections were not the greatest. They were old, they were dated, they didn't reflect the current demographics of world languages that we wanted to represent in our collections. In the world of e-resources, we added a number of new databases and electronic sources this past year. I'll start with Britannica. So the entire Britannica suite is now available, and this includes Britannica School, Escolar, Britannica Academic, and ImageQuest, which is a database of images. We added ABC Mouse, Bring Learning Home, which is an early literacy curriculum for children. We added teachingbooks.net, which is a resource about fiction and nonfiction books used mainly by librarians and educators. And we added Canopy, which has been really popular, movie streaming service that includes independent films, international films, award-winning documentaries. In regard to Hoopla, this is not something that we added this past year, but we did restore the checkouts to 10 per month. It had previously been reduced to 6 per month based on a prior reduction that was made to the materials budget. We were able to send 3 staff members this past November to Guadalajara in Mexico to purchase Spanish language materials. This is really beneficial because the quality of the materials there is high and the librarians can put their hands on the materials and actually look at them physically. So they're very happy to be able to go. With all the additional materials that we're purchasing, we've put a lot of effort this past year into revising our weeding guidelines and providing training for our staff so that they know what is expected of them in terms of how to deselect materials out of the collection based on the currency, the content, the condition, and the prior circulation and usage. And as you know, we evaluated our leasebook program, which we started about 18 months ago. A report was provided to the commission when that occurred, and we decided to continue using leasebooks for our adult bestsellers this year. And then moving into the current and anticipated accomplishments, taking us up through June. I already mentioned the teen and adult video games. Those are actually out in the branches now. The next format we're going to be rolling out are called Playaways, which is a portable media player that's preloaded with an audiobook. Those will be coming in about the next month or so. We, similar to what we did with world languages, we rejuvenated what was formerly known as our literacy collections and renamed it Adult New Reader Collection. And this was in collaboration with the staff at the Adult Literacy Program and our Adult Services Administrator. We recently retired the Access 360 platform and transferred all of our e-audiobook titles back over to Overdrive. That was accomplished just last month. Thanks to the State Library, we were able to add an online subscription to the New York Times, which has been great for all the public libraries in the state. We're very much looking forward to launching Link Plus in June of this coming year. This is a new resource sharing service that will allow us to expand our collection beyond just what we have on our shelves and be able to get materials faster from other libraries in the state. In terms of digitization, we have one project we're working on currently, which is regarding local yearbooks. About 100 of them are currently being digitized, and we're looking forward to mounting that on our website when it's completed. We'll soon be adding another e-resource that's provided courtesy of the State Library called Archives Unbound. And it's primary source material from archival collections covering topics of importance to the US and California history. And a couple last items here. We've established a checklist for evaluating oral history projects. This is something that's of interest, I know, to many of the commissioners and much of our staff. We've established a schedule for weeding, transferring, and maintaining our collection using Collection HQ, which is a software system that we invest in that helps us be able to run reports and get good statistics on the usage of our collection. It helps us with budgeting, and it helps us with weeding. So we've now set up an annual schedule so that all the branches and all of the staff are evaluating certain parts of their collection at the same time each month throughout the year. And we will soon be purchasing materials that will stock our new mobile van that was approved by the commission as part of the surplus funds. And then looking forward into next year, the goals for collection services on page 24. We plan to continue to meet the holds to copy ratio of 4:1, and this is for all formats, all ages, and it also includes our e-content, meaning ebooks and e-audiobooks. Just can't overemphasize enough how significant this is. It means that the most high demand items are going out faster to people and they have less of a wait time. I'm going to skip down to number 4, and I'm just going to focus first on the items that are funded in the proposed budget that you have in front of you. So continuing to meet the copy to hold ratio 4:1 is funded. And then item 4 on this list has to do with archive space. This is something that you might remember was mentioned as a recommendation from the consultant that did the archives presentation last month. Archive Space is a platform for managing the back-end functions of our archival collection. It's something that we've wanted for many years now, and we're looking forward to funding it with this year's budget and actually putting it into place. We'll be purchasing a tabletop scribe, which will help us do more digitization in-house at headquarters. We'll be purchasing a digital asset management system to replace our current system, which is called Content DM. And we're looking forward to this one because our current system is not as robust as we would like, doesn't do everything that we would like, and we also are looking for a system that we can bring a variety of disparate collections into one place. So currently we have 4 or 5 different presences on our website through different portals of digital collections, and a digital asset management system that will rule them all will be very helpful. Again, with Link Plus, we're going to plan to continue that next year. It won't actually launch until close to the end of this fiscal year, so we've built into the budget to continue that service next fiscal year. And regarding Hoopla, we plan to maintain our current checkout limit, which is 10 items per month, and hold limits. And this is a service that is extremely popular, and there are new patrons coming to it each and every month. And as a result, it's been challenging to budget for that. I think our budget for Hoopla this fiscal year is about $380,000. And again, as new patrons learn about it and take advantage of the service, that will continue to grow. So with our budget for next fiscal year, we plan to continue funding those same limits that we're at right now and be able to absorb new patrons as they come to learn about Hoopla. As far as the couple of unfunded items on this list for collection services, we have several new databases and e-resources that staff are very interested in adding, for example, newspapers.com and several others that relate to our special collections. With this budget you have today, which represents a 5% increase to the materials budget over current year, it's really a status quo budget because those percentage increases are going to be absorbed by the additional cost of our databases that go up each year, additional cost of materials. So we don't see ourselves being able to add any new databases or new electronic resources this next year with the proposed budget you have. We had hoped to be able to fund some money for expanding Roseland's collection, but with the uncertainty around when Roseland will relocate, what size of building it might relocate to, this budget, again, does not include any funds to expand the size or the depth of Roseland's collection. We will, of course, continue to purchase new materials for Roseland as we have been, but it won't be an expansion of what they have now. And lastly, as unfunded, the new formats that we added this year, video games, playaways, adult new reader, we will continue to maintain those collections, but we won't be able to greatly expand or increase them.
Questions at this point in time? David?
Yeah, Jamie, as to number 2, how much would it cost to add those new databases that you want that are unfunded, roughly?
It depends on how many. I mean, anywhere from 40,000 to 200,000.
Okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Jason.
Jamie, the online databases that you said largely the budget increase is just going to cover. What are the length of contracts we have with these databases?
They vary. Some of them are year to year. Some of them are 3-year contracts.
What I mean, is it beyond cost of living? I mean, what are the general increase percentage per year?
They tend to. It varies. They tend to be 3 to 7%.
Wow.
Year over year.
Yeah.
And of course, we try to negotiate that the best that we can.
They're expensive. Wow.
Yes, they're not cheap.
Well, good service. Thank you.
Did you have a question, Karen?
Yes. Hi, Jamie.
Hi.
Report. The weeding plan, are there personnel assigned to evaluate the materials in the basement?
The Central Close Stacks collection?
Sorry.
Yes. So that's a system-wide collection. So oversight of that collection doesn't just fall to the central staff. Mm-hmm. Currently, we have teams of staff that are responsible for looking at various parts of that collection, but the staff are from all over the county.
And second question I have is, are the interlibrary loan statistics available somewhere?
I can get them to you. They're part of what we submit every year with the California State Library report, but I don't believe that they're on our staff intranet or anywhere that you could quickly access right now, but I could get them to you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll switch sides for a moment. Andy?
Thank you, Jamie. Real basic question. I'll just embarrass myself. You mentioned a couple of times the importance of the hold to copy ratio. Could you just explain what that measures and why it's so important?
Sure. So for a very popular title, we try to have at least one copy for every 4 holds. So for example, if there are 16 holds on a title, we want to make sure we have at least 4 copies. So that's the ratio that we're always striving toward. And when we exceed that ratio, it triggers on a report that our staff review every couple of weeks, and then they go purchase additional copies to bring it back down to the 4-to-1 ratio so that we can continue to have a satisfactory turnaround time with those materials that patrons are asking for the most.
So with a hold to copy ratio of 4-to-1, how long would a patron expect to wait on average to get something that was highly desirable?
I don't have an answer for that. It really varies. We have a loan period of 3 weeks. Some patrons return things before they're due. Some keep them overdue. Some never come back if they're damaged or lost. So I don't have a good way of giving an average time.
I'll just make a comment. I mean, it seems to me that, you know, the hold to copy ratio is something that's easy to figure out, but what's really important is the kind of the service level to the patron, how long they need to wait. And so I don't feel like I have any way of evaluating whether 4-to-1 is good or not good. I guess 4-to-1 is better than, you know, 5 or 6-to-1, but if people can keep a book for three weeks, that means that 4-to-1 ratio, I might have to wait 3 months to get something, right?
It could mean that. I mean, there's also transit time in there from when the book is moving around from location A to location B, the time in which to order more copies and have those additional copies come in and be actually put into circulation. So there are a lot of variables.
Yeah, and final question, again, pardon my ignorance, but is 4-to-1, is that like an accepted good ratio among libraries? Susan's nodding vigorously.
It is. Yes. It is, mm-hmm. Yes.
Very good. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to do Jason first, Barbara. Jason?
Real quick question, Jamie. Just back to the databases. When we digitize a collection such as Luther Burbank, or part of county archives or whatnot, who has? What's that? Oh, do we have? I mean, can we? For people who want to use the databases, can we license that, outsource? I mean, license that as a revenue generator, or what becomes of those databases? I mean, basically, it's just part of our mission statement, and we digitize it for the benefit of that organization. Just thinking.
So, for example, like with Luther Burbank, that particular project, that was a partnership with the city of Santa Rosa. They approached us. We were interested. It aligned with our strategic goals and our mission. They funded it, and we provided our professional expertise, and the end result benefited both of us. So they have, the ability to access these materials online, but also so does everyone in Sonoma County and really everyone in the world. Have we thought about, licensing or charging for that? No. We have not. It was just something that we did as a no-cost partnership.
Do we digitize the Sonoma County archives? Do we put some of that content online? I was always curious about that.
I don't believe there's much of that that's digitized at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Anne?
Hi, Jamie. Do we have cost per use figures for the commercial databases we currently have?
Yes.
Great. Thank you. I'd like to see those.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Okay, Barbara. Thank you for waiting.
Yes, thank you. First of all, your list, the collections department's list of accomplishments is many and impressive, and thank you very much for all your hard work throughout the year. I would like to make a few comments. One is in terms of all the new books coming in, because we're not adding any shelf space, that same number of books basically has to go out. So we have a pretty healthy weeding process going on all the time.
Yes.
And if any of people have been to their branches during a book sale, they may or may not be seeing the library discards going through the Friends of the Library book sales. I know the Roanoke Park tries to deal with them, and yet we can't even sell all the discards, so a lot of them end up going into the Discovery. I could think it's the same organization the library uses, right, for discards?
Yeah, we use a company called Discover Books.
Discover Books, mm-hmm. And there is some, I'm just trying to get some of this on the record, so there is some compensation that comes back from Discover Books when they take our discards. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think the Friends are all aware of that, so our friends are going to take a look at that aspect of it. But it is a pretty massive amount, because we have added a massive amount of books in the last couple of years, and so a massive amount of books are going back out. And so I always feel torn about that, and I know it's a big, kind of semi-controversial subject in the world of libraries, and something I know very little about other than my direct experience with the Friends. The Friends also in Roanoke Park used to buy large numbers of popular titles, and we called it, the library now calls it Lucky Day, but I can't remember what we called it. But anyways, I think we were the first library to just buy a whole bunch of them because that's what people wanted. This was replaced by Lucky Day, and I don't know if Lucky Day impacts that 4-to-1 ratio or not. Are the Lucky Day books part of the same hold system?
They're not. So they're not requestable. So when you think about the ratio, we exclude the Lucky Day copies.
Right. So a lot of people are getting it faster than 4 to 1 because they walk into the library, they get a Lucky Day copy.
Yes.
Yeah. And I would say again that there's some opportunities on this list for the Friends to buy certain things. And I think buying more Lucky Day books, I think Friends would love to do that, make sure that people are getting the popular ones. I noticed when you mentioned the unfunded video games adult reader collection, I think those are kinds of things that I know that Friends would love to buy adult new reader collection, for example. And so I'd like to pick out some of these things and go back to the Friends and ask for specific funding, especially if you're, you have these listed here that they're not, part of your requested budget, and make it real specific to the Friends. I also wanted to say that I would be curious down the line, I know you're planning to do this, but some of our new purchases, which would be the World Language Collection, the expanded, with all the books we bought at the Guadalajara Book Fair, and so forth, and we have some reports later on about the and after we get our marketing plan up and going and tell everybody about all this great stuff we're doing, to have some feedback to the commission about the success of all these, some of the new and larger purchases. Thank you.
Okay. Stephen.
Yes, Jamie, when you were saying that after the 4 to 1, it then triggers like the thoughts of having to buy books. When you say buy books, you mean go through the lease program?
Not necessarily. Okay. They may be copies that we lease, they may be copies that we buy outright.
And when we buy outright, then we're still buying through that national program outlet, something we're not buying local, is what I understood from
Correct. We're buying from our primary book vendor, which is Baker and Taylor.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions or comments at this point? I know
I've got one.
Just the number. Oh, Deborah, sorry.
Sorry. So, Jamie, wonderful report and great questions already. But can you give us a sense of how much loss of the collection you have annually? How much of the collection disappears and doesn't come back, or that sort of thing?
I am not sure I would be able to tell you that today, but I could get you the information.
Okay. No, that's totally fair. And there was another question that, of course, I didn't write down, and never mind. That's it. Thanks.
Okay. One of the things I noticed, and it's just a comment, the number of grants that you've gotten to fund some of these projects. I kind of appreciate that. I think that's good. I'm assuming that you write the grants and search them out, et cetera. But yeah, I think there's 7 or 8 on here that I noticed, and I just wanted to commend you and thank you. So, Karen.
Last question, and I apologize if this has already been answered, but sorry. The new mobile van, that sounds really exciting. Is that a bookmobile or a delivery van or a little of each?
It's not a bookmobile. It's not a delivery van. We're calling it a mobile van. It's, not sure I know the dimensions of what the size is going to be, but as I understand it, it will be something that doesn't require a commercial driver's license or anything like that, and it will have a small collection on board, and it will be used to go throughout the communities and do outreach events, parades, farmers markets, that kind of thing.
That sounds wonderful. Thank you.
I do remember my other question. I'm sorry, it's Deborah. So in terms of fines, I know that this doesn't. I'm not sure whether it falls under this discussion. We started the conversation at an earlier library commission meeting, but I'm not sure where in the budget the fine thing is listed, but it certainly has an impact on the collections, I think. Have you been doing more listening to what's going on in the industry, Jamie, about what happens when you don't charge for overdue books and
As far as impact to our new...
As far as the impact on the collection is concerned.
Okay.
Or we can talk about it later if that makes sense, or we can postpone it to a different commission meeting. But I think, judging from the press, library press, etc., and writing, it seems like it's a good thing to think about. Not charging fines.
Sure. I think the research that Sarah and Lana have done and presented a meeting or two back included some information from other libraries that hadn't experienced, when they eliminated overdue fines, that had not experienced an uptick or an increase in the loss of their materials.
Yeah.
They're confirming that.
Thanks.
And I'd just like to take this opportunity to clarify, it's in the packet here, but this budget proposal does not include any anticipation of revenue from fines or fees. So we'll discuss that, I'm sure, later, but we have not built any fine and fee revenue into this budget at all.
Great, I noticed that, thanks.
I'm sorry, Susan, could you repeat that? I did not catch.
So in past years, the library has anticipated about $375,000 from fines and fees. And because we're in discussion with the commission about your fine and fee policy, particularly your fine policy, and we've had some positive feedback from you on that, this budget proposal contains no anticipated revenue from fines and fees. So you're certainly able to make a different decision and we can modify this, but at this point, we're assuming or we're recommending to you that you eliminate the fines and fees, and this budget is not depending on any fine and fee revenue.
Got it. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thanks.
Karen?
So I thought we were talking about eliminating fines, but so I'm a little unclear about why how fees got mixed up into that.
Yeah, and I don't mean to misspeak myself. I think we took out that 375 in the past that represented kind of a mix of fines and fees, mostly fines, and we're certainly not eliminating replacement costs for books if they're not returned. So I probably was using unclear terminology.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Any other questions? Any comments on the budget expenditures or any questions on the budget expenditures for collection services? Okay. It's a quarter after. Do you think Jaylene is set up yet? Yeah, because it looks like it's kind of lengthy to go through, although we could get through parts of it in 15 minutes, couldn't we? The technology. Since Mike's the one I see here, are you the one that's giving the technology report? You think we can keep going? Okay, so let's keep going and we'll just go, and then about 11:30 we'll stop. Thank you, Jamie, very much. Okay, Mike, you're on.
Good morning. My name is Mike Daw. I'm the Senior IT Programmer Analyst. Big title. My position just changed, which is part of the structural changes to the IT department this last year. We've added efficiencies into how it works. Now Vicki has 2 supervisors in her department, splitting between the IT support unit, which is the networking. We have our network administrator under that unit, training and help desk. We have 4 total people of that. 1 is an additional FTE this year, which has been a boon. We also have the systems unit, which I'm over. We do have 1 vacancy in that still, which is the web analyst. That actually is in the works right now. After we get back from Kosugi and a conference that I'm attending next week with Vicki, we're going to be looking at the recruitment phase for that. And then we also hired the digital literacy specialist this past year, which has been great. I'll get to that in a little bit. I would like to point out that we have our first digital video camp starting today with 15 4th graders at Central Library. It's going to be awesome. They're doing video recordings with iPads, culminating on Friday with Family Video Night, where they actually get to present their videos to people. So that's really great. So moving on to our accomplishments. Pardon me as I drive as I speak. Yeah. All right, we've had a very busy year this year. We've completed the staff PC refresh, 260 staff PCs, no replacements in the previous 5 years. Much of this is thanks to Measure Y and the added monies that we've had in our department. We've added new self-checkouts currently in Healdsburg, Cloverdale, Roseland, Northwest, Rincon Valley, which is not listed, and actually tomorrow morning, myself and 2 others are going to be deploying 3 new units in Sonoma Valley as well. They are all replacing end-of-life units that we've had for going on 6 to 8 years countywide. We've added digital displays in all branches with the exception of Sebastopol for a number of reasons. We are in the process of working with marketing to deploy 3 different templates so that staff at the branches can choose individualized content and make some contributions to those. We have added new VR equipment to the branches. Rincon Valley added a HTC Vive this year. We also have more Oculus Go's, which are self-contained portable that we are allowing to be taking out to outreach events, in addition to a new system that is called Class VR, which is more geared towards education. It's got an admin console that the person can actually show content to a group of 6 other students, which is really nice. We are also refreshing the AV technologies in the branches. So far, we've done Healdsburg, Cloverdale, Guerneville. We're scheduling Windsor right now. Rincon Valley is going to be next, and then we're also going to be working on the HQ training lab after that. We have a variety of different types of equipment in those branches. For the larger branches, we have full HD projectors and powered screens. We have another 2 branches with interactive touch interfaces at Healdsburg and Cloverdale. Cloverdale's been a big hit. They actually have an Xbox 360, which they're using for game nights, and now they have a surround sound system and a 10-foot screen for that, as long as they don't turn it up too loud, because we also have a nice audio equivalent component to those, as well as handheld and lapel mics and listening loop systems for people that have any hearing impairments. We completed the phone system upgrades in all branches to our current Cisco system. We're deploying 3D printers in 8 different locations. We've deployed hublets, which are lendable checkouts, tablets, Android-based, that can be checked out for 2 hours at 12 locations in literacy. We're launching it. We launched a new staff intranet, completed all the staff Windows 10 and Office trainings, updated staff RFID equipment at CERC and staff stations. And then the reason why Vicky's not here is connected to the Scenic Infrastructure project, which we now have in place. She's actually at the conference today and this week to work on maintaining our ongoing scenic infrastructure. Moreover, she's actually going to be meeting with Carson Block, which I'll talk about as well, who is our technology consultant for the strategic plan. Which is the next thing listed right there. That's in process right now. He is met with all staff, and he's actually going to be planning another visit in June coming out to do more evaluations to help us help guide our work in the next 3 years in conjunction with a strategic plan as well. Upgraded all staff public PCs to Windows 10 and installed multifunction networked printers at the world stations. Again, with Digital Camp, and Bridget is her name, Bridget Hayes, the digital literacy person. They're doing iPad movie production. They have and learning how to use lighting techniques and audio, and then editing as well. And that's when they're building out their movies when the camp culminates. Moving on to anticipated and current for the remainder of the year. Very excited about the new Wi-Fi hotspot lending program. We're going to be lending 500 hotspots out. We are getting very close. We're going to be starting in April 8th. And those are going to be distributed at all branches, including the rural stations. We're starting out with a 2-week lending program, which gives us some wiggle room to move up on demand. It's anticipated to be a very popular program, and hopefully we'll be adding more, which is the next section as we go on. I mentioned that Carson Block is coming back in June, so we can get the strategic tech plan completed. We're finally getting a van for IT services, which is going to be great. It's a lockable van that can be used by all of IT to transport equipment and supplies. It's been a bit of a challenge this past winter with all the rain, transporting equipment in our pickups. So having a van to do so is going to be great. We're also working on an automated materials handling system, which will work in conjunction with facilities and delivery. The first one, we're looking at putting one in the admin HQ, which will speed that process and add a lot of efficiencies and ergonomic improvements over on the current system. Let's see. Provide wiring and IT infrastructure for the Roseland location when that becomes available. Updating all the circulation workstations we're working on right now. Completing the accessibility study for the website and implement recommendations for how we are presenting our information online so that people of all sorts with screen readers and the like can access those properly. We're moving away from our older inventory system to Asset Panda for better management of our resources and assets. We're also going to be deploying 3D printers in 3 additional branches, Rincon Valley, Rohnert Park, and the Northwest Santa Rosa branch. Let's see, we actually have already added the display in the history and genealogy building. It looks really great. It actually was timed quite nicely with the renovations of that building, which looks much nicer and much brighter at this point. With facilities, again, is the access controls, which is great. It allows us to remotely manage these cards. For instance, last weekend for the book sale at Guerneville, when they couldn't get into the room that had the till for the book sale, one of our IT staff was able to actually remotely turn that ability on for that card so that the sale could proceed. So that has been a great improvement for our system. And then we're beginning as well with the AV upgrades is the assisted listening loop systems that we're putting in throughout the system. Moving on to the goals. Talking a whole lot and very fast, so we'll have access for questions. We're going to continue working on the access controlled. I mentioned that we're hoping to expand the Wi-Fi hotspots. I think that they're going to be great, especially outside of the 3-mile corridor along 101 and in some of our more remote areas that people are going to have access to these hotspots. Complete the PC upgrades. We are going to complete the assisted listening in all the branch meeting rooms. Install the 3D printers, install and configure the door counters at all branches so that we have better data-driven decision-making. They work off of heat, similar to what the scanners are at the airports, but there's no sort of facial recognition. However, they can tell the difference between a big person and a small person, so we get usage by day, by hour, by week for who and when our libraries are being used, so that when we're evaluating days, hours, etc., we'll have better access to more valued data. Complete all the meeting room upgrades, and then as a foundation grant, which is an add-on to the hotspots, is we're actually going to be putting together 150 Chromebook hotspot, take the internet and go kits that people will be able to circulate. So that's going to be very exciting as well. Is there any questions with anything?
Is your microphone on? Is your microphone on?
Oh, sorry. I was trying to be nice.
Anyway, okay, so thank you, Stephen. Do you mind holding your question? Thanks. Yeah, so we'll be back here at 12:30. So Jaylene has time to clean up so they can have their next meeting up there. But lunch is being served. Go enjoy, and I'll see you in an hour.
It's in the mayor's conference room where we have the closed session. The key, Reese has the key if she wants to.
But I'm going to give it to somebody who moves faster than I do. Stephen, thank you. Am I in the right place? Okay, good.
Yes.
Okay, so questions, comments, thoughts? Right off the gate. Stephen.
Thank you for your thorough report. And this question comes from the context of serving on a number of different boards and how complex IT can be and how sometimes various IT folks can sort of operate in a silo. And then others sort of double check and they're like, couldn't we do this? Wouldn't it be cheaper if we did that? So my overall question is, who are you bouncing ideas off of? Who are we bouncing ideas off of? Are we in partnership with other membership organizations where we have sounding boards of, we want to spend X money in this direction, and then we can sort of get a counter check on that thinking? Who are we working with?
Well, that's one of the, so yes, we absolutely are. So depending upon what program you're talking about, we're in part with, we work with different organizations. So I'm the Integrated Library Systems Administrator, for instance. And so that's why I'm going to the KOSUGI conference next week, and that's for the customers of Circe Dynex, that's our organization. And so when we're moving in a direction with, or when I'm moving in a direction of a big project, they're one of my sounding boards. When we're working on like the Wi-Fi hotspots as another high profile example, Vicki was reaching out to different library systems that had done similar programs, San Francisco, New York Public Queens, doing research and literature research. We're also, that's one of the reasons why Carson Block's been brought in as a consultant to help us put us in a direction and put us in contact with others. I mentioned that Vicki is at the CNIC conference this week, which she was apologetic not to be here. She really wanted to do this. So, but she's down there because of that very thing, reaching out and working with the other organizations throughout the state that are using the CNIC network. So I would say wherever we can get more information, we're trying. We've had Susan, which has been a great resource to put us in contact with other organizations. We have a lot of new staff coming in, including Ann, that have contacts throughout the country that can help us in that regard as well.
Karen?
Hi, I had a question. I have a question about the access control systems. Mm-hmm. Will that enable the library to lock down a building during an emergency?
Yes, since it's all centralized, you can do just that. And that actually works in conjunction with the internet-enabled speaker clocks as well, because we can also do centralized announcing as well. Code calls is a number of safety things that we are stepping into that I've seen in other places like the JC and SSU that already have some of those systems in place.
Or would like to.
Or would like to.
Okay, very good. Excellent. That's good to hear. That's a good investment.
Yes, for sure.
Okay, Barbara?
Thank you for your presentation, Mike. Very thorough. On page 29, item number 6, install and configure 8 of door counters at all branches, same model. I thought we should point out that one of the points of that, we would be able to gather some very good statistics on the usage, the hours, and when we talk later about Sunday hours, we'll be able to tell more specifically what hours people are coming in, how effective our night hours are, people are really
Correct.
using it or not.
Yes.
Right now, we just kind of have a catch-all overall number of people coming in and out of the library.
Yeah, we have
branch.
click counters right now, which just measure the number of people coming through the doors during the day. Right. But the new system is going to allow us to do that by day, by hour, by week, and so we can do much more analysis of when we're being used.
Right, so it would be a great tool for us.
Yes.
I did want to ask that for some of the branches, Rohnert Park, for just as an example, there's the inner door, and people walk in and be counted, and then they can go right away into the forum room. So they might be there for a meeting, or who knows what they might be there, but not necessarily going into the library proper.
Okay.
Do we care about that? Will there be counters on both doors, or?
That'll be something that we work through. I think that we would care. Different times of the day, I know at Rohnert Park we open those to the city to use at times for functions that don't involve the library, but then like on the weekends when we have our events, people go directly into the meeting room, and so we would indeed want to count those as well.
Right, so I think we should think about putting them on both doors to get better statistics.
For sure. We'd be working with the vendor on that one as far as placement of the sensors so that we would get an accurate count throughout the buildings.
Great, thank you. That was one of my questions. Another question is about the refreshed AV technologies. I didn't hear you say Rohnert Park.
Rohnert Park is coming. Rohnert Park, Petaluma are the biggest branches, and so they also have the highest capital or the highest outlay of funds. We've actually already gone through an initial evaluation or quote from the vendor, and it was quite high. So we are going to be doing all of the branches. For instance, in Rohnert Park, we're looking at doing a long throw projector similar that we're doing to Central that would be mounted in the back of the building, throwing onto the big screen that would be replaced by a wide screen with surround sound through. So even though it wasn't listed specifically, we are certainly going to be doing that one as well.
On basically the same time frame as everybody else?
What we're doing is we're moving from one to the next, and so it's going to be partially as budget is available. I can't give you a definitive answer of when that is, but the overall goal with this project is to go through all of the branches.
Okay, that tails back to what I'd said before. It's really helpful to have schedules for these things and to let us all know to the extent possible, so we know. People ask us, well, when are we getting blah, blah, you know.
Absolutely, for sure.
Yeah, and then lastly, I was under the impression that in some prior budget year, we had authorized funds for the assisted hearing in the forum rooms, and that was all supposed to be done, and that's now an anticipated project for June of this year, and that would be all the forum rooms, because I know we've had complaints in Rohnert Park, can't hear you, and putting that loop technology and so forth. So anyway, I thought that was all had been done. But
I know that there was some changes in how we were going to do that and take advantage of redoing. In many of our libraries' forum rooms, just the AV equipment is not up to standard for the types of programming that we want to do nowadays. And so scaling that into the overall project to have it done at the same time and have it done right, I know that that's part of why things have slowed down. I can find out. But I don't have a specific date if it's going to be done separately. My understanding, because I'm the person that's working through the branches with WBE on this project, is when I go through a branch evaluation as far as getting a quote for the equipment, that's already always included in that quote.
Okay. Have any of the forum rooms been done in the system?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Central's got listens system, Healdsburg, Cloverdale, Northwest. When we do Windsor in the April, that's going to be added. That's included in the quote. I'm currently getting quotes for Rincon Valley as well. Again, that's included there. We're even putting it in the RPHQ meeting room as well. So, yes.
Okay. I just don't hear every branch mentioned, and that's why.
Yeah, we are moving forward. We can only do so much at a time, but we will be doing every single branch.
Great. Thank you, Mike.
You're welcome.
I have a question. So you're adding a great report, really wonderful report. I see that you're adding 3D printers. Do you count the number of people? Is there a way that we count the number of people who use 3D printers? Are they getting a lot of use? I mean, I've always been curious how we track that.
Use varies. That's going to be kept. Those numbers are going to be kept with the public service librarians at each branch. I know that at some branches they're doing drop-in hours, so people can actually just come in with a design and use it. They also are doing some classes. Other branches are using them thematically. So in Cloverdale, for instance, they printed up a Grammy, an Academy Award. Central, they also printed up a Martin Luther King bust. It's an 8-hour job for about a 9-inch tall statue of him during Black History Month. As far as hard numbers of how much usage are getting during specific usage, I would have to get back to you on that.
Okay, I think that'd be an interesting number to have. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Andy?
Mike, this is a great report. Really appreciate it. Thank you. I understand the importance of the counter, system to see when people are visiting the branches. And I'll admit that I'm not as familiar with all of the electronic resources that I would like to be, but I've noticed that along with my library card, I get access to a number of resources that I don't have to come into the branch to use. I can go online and sign up for courses from lynda.com. And do we currently have any way of tracking that utilization as a way of kind of demonstrating value that we're providing separate and apart from people coming into the branch?
Yeah, different online resources. Lynda's a good example. They have great classes. I'm taking a few myself right now, as a matter of fact. Each vendor has their own statistics that we can get, and so we just did some reporting for public service IT so that Overdrive has their checkout counts that we can get. You can get usage statistics from the lynda.com and many of the others as well. So we are indeed tracking those as we go, and those are kept by the vendors themselves, and so then they have like admin portal websites where we can download the statistics from, and make use of the ROI as far as whether we're going to continue purchasing those equipments, as Ann was asking about earlier.
Okay, and I'm assuming, maybe incorrectly, that information would be available for our system as a whole, but not necessarily at the branch level to say, gee, X number of people who got their cards from, the Healdsburg branch, for example, went online and took courses at lynda.com.
Yeah, mainly it's going to be system-wide statistics because they're called borrower types. You can get statistics by borrower types, and we have a general and a online general and a temporary general cards, and those are for all of Sonoma County. Depending upon the system, you can get some of those statistics, but then you need to start pulling statistics from the borrower record as well, and that's where it gets a little harder.
Yeah,
a lot harder.
No, I'm not sure we even need to go to that level, but I'm just as a general comment, I think this is something that I'd like to have us sort of focus on and keep track of, besides just people who show up at the branch. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Karen?
I'd like to piggyback on Andy's comment and say it would be a theme today has been it would be really helpful for us to have key performance indicators available on a regular basis, and would also be helpful for us to be able to promote the value of the library to our communities.
Barbara?
Yeah, just quickly, I'm wondering how we are utilizing our digital literacy specialist. I believe you referenced earlier, she's teaching a class today in fourth graders and showing them how to use the AV equipment. I think that's what we inherited from Santa Rosa, though, right?
No,
that's not that.
That's a new thing. So we're using her in a number of different ways. She's been helping with training on the accessibility documentation throughout the system. She does training for the different programs, such as she's on the e-resources or the change the titles of these things, digital resources training team. So she's going to the branches with that team to train for staff on, say, the New York Times online, or how to use the hotspots. She's also, one of her biggest projects we're focusing her on right now is their use of the PEG funding that we've gotten through the city to put the sound studio together so that people can actually come in and record and mix their own material. We're in the process, the CAD drawings and the purchase have been signed off for the recording studio that we're going to put into the basement of Santa Rosa. And so that's going to be one of our big projects in the near future.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, any other questions?
Could I make a comment?
Certainly.
Reese, in terms of the IT, I just wanted to remind the commissioners that one of your priorities was robust funding for IT infrastructure. And the funds that we set aside in the 17-18 surplus are not showing here because they're in our surplus funds with a dedicated use. And those funds were $1 million for the automated materials handling system that Dave mentioned. And that's kind of a cooperative facilities IT project. But I think we're anticipating that may very well be installed in the 1920 fiscal year. So that's that automated materials handling at the at the headquarters, and then also possibly in some of the branches. The other thing that we'll also learn, I think, from the technology plan that Carson Block is doing, and he's spending a lot of time talking about the overlap of IT and public service staff and how they can work effectively together, is a recommendation in terms of either replacing our integrated library system or possibly investigating a discovery layer that might be more user-friendly. We had $1.9 million set aside for this ILS, and it's still there. So although, I don't know that implementation would occur in 1920. I know all the planning might start for that. So those are two big items that are not showing here because they're in our dedicated surplus fund balance.
Okay, Stephen?
And just lastly, so could we get a report at some point about what the Carson, I'm missing his last name.
Carson Block.
What he comes up with?
He will definitely present a plan to you either personally or virtually, but when he's done, he'll be presenting a plan to the commission.
Great, thanks.
Okay, any other questions? Any questions about the proposed budget expenditures for IT services? Okay, well, thank you, Mike, very much. And now we're down to public services. Lana and Sarah.
Good afternoon, Commission. Sarah Vantries, Public Services Division Manager.
Lana Edlowen, Public Services Division Manager.
So we appreciate getting the chance to go last today because we believe that this balanced budget draft actually meets the ultimate end user public service needs of the community. And so our division is a part of that, but all of the divisions fit together in terms of meeting the goals of the library and serving our community. We want to especially thank library administration and financial services for leading the staff side process with your operations management team putting this together. We'd also like to thank our branch staff for all their input into the needs of the communities that they're serving so well. And we want to thank you, the Commission, for developing priorities that are very outward focused in terms of serving the residents of our county. We're going to highlight how the library has actually been meeting some of your priorities already, and then how we'll continue doing that through the next year. We'll kind of do that through the perspective of public service, but as you've seen throughout the day, it really reflects the teamwork between all our library divisions. Again, Our list in the packet can't really be exhaustive because we're doing so many things, and then there's just so much overlap between the divisions, the things that IT is doing that meet our end user public service goals. And ultimately, we believe that this budget, the entire budget, supports public service.
Okay, so Sarah and I, like she mentioned, we're going to do a little bit of a different format. In terms of the Commission's priority of extended service hours, this Library Commission has taken the library to expanded hours on Mondays and Wednesday nights, then Saturdays, and here we are this next budget year looking at Sundays. And we're really excited about how that those decisions will come about, especially in terms of our continued goal of really serving community and being of value to our community. Part of the extended service hours, we can't not mention things that facilities has been involved with in terms of the refresh at Northwest, the improvements at the annex. All of those things lead to more and more patrons using our buildings and appreciating the library. Northwest, ever since the refresh, has just had incredible use. Every time I walk into that library, it's hard for me to find an empty table. So what a great accomplishment from the refresh and serving of that area of Santa Rosa. Also, as part of this, with the new hire of our adult services administrator, we were able to expand our adult summer reading offerings, and again, extend with our extended hours in Mondays and Wednesdays, or even Saturdays, continue to offer more programs for adults. Sarah and I really want to thank the teamwork with graphics and marketing in terms of continuing to spread the message about the good work that we're doing in the community. And we have more work to do in that area, but we couldn't do it without all departments. Upcoming future goals, with extended service hours means more staff in the building and more patrons in our buildings. So we really do need to work on emergency procedures for staff, make sure they're clear. We are working on emergency evacuation routes for all locations. So that's a constant project for us that we hope to complete by the end of this fiscal year. With the Adult Services Administrator, we want to continue to offer program offerings for adults and seniors, especially the senior population. One item that's left over in our strategic plan, again, the impact of being open more hours and more staff. We need to establish a staff committee to look at our environmental footprint internally and externally. I think that's one area of the strategic plan that we do have to do some more work on. And with extended service hours, how are we serving community at our Forestville and Occidental stations? We just had a community meeting last week. The Guerneville Library Advisory Board hosted that meeting to talk to patrons in that area about what they want from their rural stations and their needs. Part of the extended service hours is, of course, Roseland, and that's an exciting development for the library and library commission. I'm sorry, could you go back to the last slide? Giving more hours to those residents, making sure that we can be open in the after school hours, as we are not. We close at 2 p.m. Most days that the library is open. And then finally, again, the exciting development of if we will be open on Sundays this next coming year. Slide 2. I can't say enough about expanded services for Roseland. I think everyone and the community and the commission and staff are committed to that goal. We're looking forward to locating a new facility for our staff and patrons, and that's temporary and permanent, and that is an ongoing issue that we are dedicated to working on. We do want to expand, the services of the Roseland Library to 42 hours a week with the possible inclusion of Sunday hours. Currently, that branch is at 27 hours. The staff that we would be adding to that facility are going to be focused on programs for the community in that area, especially youth programs, again, since we are adding hours in the after-school hours rather than just the morning. And then support for Roseland through the IT proposed budget to add more technology tools to Roseland. We currently don't have a lot of the technology offerings as we do in other libraries, so 3D printers and the hublets. Part of the budget this year is to support the growth of those devices in Roseland. And then through our work in finding a temporary and permanent space for the Roseland Library, we are continuing to form a stronger partnership with the City of Santa Rosa and the county in finding a permanent library in Roseland. And then lastly, for Roseland, we're working on the Student One card for Roseland. So we've established a Student One card in many areas in Santa Rosa, working through Healdsburg, and we are currently working on an MOU with the Roseland School District.
Well, just to throw some stats in here, since we've had a few requests for those today, in our last full fiscal year, we had over 2 million visits to our libraries and offered over 5,000 programs, which is, some great numbers there. That the mission of our library is to bring together information, ideas, and people to build a stronger community. And one thing that we always have to be mindful, and we appreciate that the commission is so mindful, is to look beyond our current users and think about who may not be able to use the library or access it. We really can't meet our mission if we are neglecting to include parts of our community that are underserved or under-resourced, or if we don't know what their needs are. So we really appreciate, again, just the partnership that we have between our departments at the library and working with our staff and community members that can help bring us that expert input that will help us serve the community better. The list for this year of the ways that we have done this is very long. I will rattle off a few things here, but it's not exhaustive. One of the first things that comes to mind is finishing our award-winning Together at the Table grant, which allowed us to partner with more than 30 different organizations in the community and bring together folks from all different walks of life around topics that are interesting and important to Sonoma County residents. Some of our other partnerships, of course, with the Parks Department and the Story Walk that we set up this year, our grant-funded state library project called Veterans Connect at the library to bring a Veterans Resource Station to the Santa Rosa Downtown Library. Again, that Student One card project and other partnerships that support teachers and help kids succeed. This year, we also received a grant for Families for Literacy, which brings services to the families of our adult literacy learners. Our Latino Outreach Committee continued to work towards different ways to connect with the Latino community and to meet the needs there. Of course, you also made a resolution this year, and we've created policy around supporting undocumented residents in our community. A few other notes on that. This year, we continue to offer literacy services at the jail. We provided lunch at the library for children during the summer where they could access food in a safe environment that's also enriched with library programs and services. We offered the Food for Fines program, which is a win-win for everyone. Bring food to the library, help somebody in your community who's in need, and receive reduced fines. We piloted a menstrual equity project this year that has provided menstrual supplies in our public restrooms to people who may not be able to use the library because of a lack of resources. As Mike mentioned too, we're offering the digital video camp this year, this spring break, bringing in some people who may have never used the library before. We've been partnering with homeless advocates and other agencies that can help lift up and support our unsheltered populations. We have branch staff now serving on the county's whole person care committees in different regions. Morgan Pershing, our adult services administrator, is now part of the Aging Together task force that looks at how we can support seniors. We are doing a wide range of training for our staff, some through HR, some through outside organizations, such as the outreach training, mental health first aid, disability sensitivity, LGBTQ sensitivity, and other trainings that will help us make sure that we are not inadvertently creating any barriers to access. I'd also just like to highlight the work of collection services in making this goal possible through their selection of 24/7 ebooks and e-resources that are bringing all kinds of new users to the library, and also making sure that when people do come to the library that the materials that they see reflects who they are, the languages, the interests, the diversity that's present in our community. You had asked earlier about interlibrary loan, and that's another way that we've been able to serve all the different interests in the community. We actually received more than 150,000 items through interlibrary loan last year. For the upcoming year, I think the theme is still partnerships, partnerships, partnerships. As Ray mentioned, we need to be at the table so that we can learn and be informed about our communities and make the best decisions for public service. You know, library staff are not experts in everything, but we are really excellent information gatherers. And when we have the chance to get branch staff out of the building and serving in these committees, attending Los 100 events, we can gather information that can directly benefit our patrons. Our upcoming projects include working on citizenship resources. As mentioned before, we'll be developing the service plan for the mobile library van and also helping roll out those hotspots. The upcoming Library of Things, which is funded by the Library Foundation, will potentially bring in an entirely new population. And most importantly, in terms of reducing barriers to access, we believe that Sunday service will reach a large group of different users who may not have been able to come in on weekdays or Saturdays. And we also believe that going fine-free will remove not only a large barrier for patrons using the library, but will allow staff to redirect their time for more outreach instead of counting money. All of these goals, again, cannot be achieved without teamwork throughout our organization, and particularly with HR, with marketing and graphics, IT, facilities, and administration. Looking at your last goal, to build a robust technological infrastructure, you know, a lot of these things are elements that patrons don't see, but they have assumptions that when they come to any of our libraries, that they will have free and easy access to technology that will allow them to accomplish their goals. Mike mentioned that Vicki is at the CENIC conference. CENIC is a complicated project, complicated rollout, same with automated materials handling. But the staff time that we invest in those behind the scenes has a direct impact on our users being able to access the internet at a speed that's appropriate for what they want to do, or receive materials faster that they've ordered through automated materials handling. Thinking about the specific ways that technology has benefited our patrons directly, in the last year, we've increased one-on-one tech help. We have a lot of folks who are uncomfortable using technology and have questions about that. We actually answered more than 70,000 tech questions last year at our branches. This training helps patrons really make use of all the resources that we offer, and it doesn't leave anybody behind. We've started new programming around technology such as virtual reality, coding, the 3D printing programs. Guerneville just won a competitive grant for a small robot that will help us lead coding programs there for people of all ages. As we've mentioned in great detail, those forum room upgrades really help improve accessibility and opportunities for programming. The digital microfilm readers are serving folks throughout the county. And we were able to pilot a new online program called Beanstack, which allowed us to do an online-only winter reading program, and we believe will help us reach more readers during the summer. Next year, many of these things are ongoing, but continuing with that rollout of the hotspots and the Chromebooks pilot. And again, just working with IT closely, because their hard work and their understanding and expertise in technology behind the scenes keeps those patron experiences strong. So again, just want to thank you, Commission, for having the needs of the public in mind as you approach this budget. Any questions for us?
Thank you so much. I mean, as commissioners, when we go out into the community, we want to point to what we're doing, and this is a great list and something to be proud of. And I have a question. And I don't want to spend too much time on it. Originally, we were talking about a bookmobile. Now we have a van, and the van isn't really going to serve as a bookmobile to the outlying areas like West Marin. It's not going to serve as a mobile library. So is that off the table now? Because originally we were talking about that. And that was, and I'm old enough here to remember starting the discussion with the supervisors where there was resistance to Roseland, building a branch in Roseland, when all the supervisors said, we have a need in our own areas for additional branches. And why should Roseland take precedent? I think that's been settled. But one of the ways they were placated was saying, well, if we had a mobile library, if we had a bookmobile, we could go to some of your outlying areas. It wouldn't answer your additional branch issues or needs, but it would be an interim step. So when I'm asked those questions, which I still am, I don't quite understand a van versus a bookmobile, and it certainly isn't going to be a bookmobile. So I think we have funding opportunities to do a bookmobile. Is that still on the table? I thought last time we discussed this it was. But now is this an interim step? Is it funding? I would like to understand it better so when I get those questions about a bookmobile, I can say, well, this is what we had to do.
Thanks, Commissioner. So a bookmobile is a service point of the library that provides regular service on a scheduled itinerary, and the Commission has used some of the surplus Measure Y funds to fund a mobile library outreach vehicle. So it's different from a bookmobile in that it wouldn't have ongoing regular staff with a rotation of stops. And I think Lana will describe a few of the ways that we had pitched this vehicle to you when you approved the funds and the goals that we hope to accomplish through the outreach vehicle.
Just to add, and Jamie mentioned this in her presentation, there is money for a small collection on the vehicle, and we're building that into the design. For the collection on the vehicle, we want high interest materials. We also want the possibility of outside funding supporting giveaways, so that literacy is really the achievement in those areas outside of the physical walls of our library. So we want this vehicle to represent the libraries that we have today, and there are many competing needs in our libraries today. So we have a technology piece, a digital literacy piece that really needs assistance and support across the county as well. We have early literacy components in terms of story times, Head Starts, daycares that need those services that can't travel and get those experiences in the library. So, we were fortunate to have the Commission fund this first step vehicle. And Sarah mentioned this is a hybrid vehicle, so small collection, technology support, program support, and we're building flexibility into the vehicle to see how we can best serve our community beyond, our immediate area. We haven't done that yet. We have branch staff that are serving, immediate areas around their libraries, but really going beyond, which is what we want to do. We need to see what the community needs and wants, and we're trying to find the best match for that.
So thank you, and I do remember the discussion, and this is what we chose. I'm just thinking for the future, for the needs of these outlying communities. This isn't going to meet those needs, but a bookmobile might, is it? So in the future, I guess that's a discussion I need to keep pushing as a commissioner. Is that what I'm hearing for future budgets and things like that?
I think there's been a lot of interest from the community and commissioners for more than one vehicle. So I think it is a discussion to continue, and we can actually get some statistics and impact data on how this vehicle is serving the community and what the community needs.
Thank you. Thank you again for all you do, the whole staff. I mean, this is a group effort, and it's a source of pride, and I can go out and hold my head high, which is great.
Hey,
you guys
Karen?
are great.
So I'm sure the mobile vehicle will get a lot of use and be valuable to the system. I think, Paul, what I'm thinking as you talk about the bookmobile and not having a bookmobile, or maybe having a bookmobile in service to outlying areas, is we really need to focus on things like that in our strategic planning process.
Okay. Stephen?
Yes, thank you very much for your report. In keeping with that theme of partnership, what I would really like to see some detailed reports coming out, hopefully sooner, about how we are actually partnering with our respective nonprofits, and specifically Early Learning Institute. We've had several discussions about the fact that for school preparedness, we are the only game in town for free public early learning literacy to get our kids up to speed for school readiness. So I'd really like to see some reports coming through about us reaching out to Early Learning Institute about how we can better partner with them. For our school-age kids, I've heard it repeatedly that even for our libraries that have limited hours, our hours are not consistent with what the school's curriculum hours are. And in particular, Roseland, while we have very few hours, those hours when we open at 10, the kids are already in school. Could we not open earlier, service them before they start to school, and then actually have it open for a little bit when they get out of school? I'd really like to see some more strategic thinking and reporting back on how we can partnership with our schools. Along those lines, I'd like to have a report sooner rather than later on the Student One card and what the problems are with the schools. We all have connections in our communities. We all participate in clubs with superintendents, and if it is a logistical problem, I'm sure one of us could reach out to them and say, what is the holdup with your school, in particular Roseland, with getting this one student card for easy access for all those kids to have a library card, get books, get up to speed, etc. Lastly, I would encourage us when we're giving reports out to tie this back to statistics that we all have. And I'm using this as a framework from the Roseland work. That Roseland pledge was based on the Portrait of Sonoma statistics. So it's not anything that we have to go scrambling on where there are the unmet needs. So for future reports out, I would like them tied to statistics. That 2014, some of us were actually discussing it at break. The 2014 Portrait of Sonoma, I'd like it tied to how we're actually meeting the needs that have already been documented. Thanks.
Hey, Barbara.
Thank you for your comprehensive presentation, and I like the way you tied it to the commission goals, and I wanted to commend you for that. I also saw one of my pictures I posted on Facebook as part of the presentation. I thought that was interesting. I was glad to see it. Anyway, number one, I appreciate the theme of partnerships. I think you're totally on the right track, and we never had enough staff in the past to do this, and this was wonderful, and it's exactly the direction we needed going. I commend that, and I am also interested in what Commissioner Zollman said about, getting some more, reports and documentation about it, but as a theme, it's perfect. I'm curious about public service item number 2, expand programs and services to adults and seniors, and I heard you emphasize seniors, and I was kind of wondering maybe something specific about what's in the works about that.
We can have Morgan answer that question.
Yeah. Hello?
To do now? Hello, Commission. As Sarah mentioned, I am now on the Committee of Aging Together, which has many luminaries in our nonprofit in Sonoma on it, and we are actually working on a new iteration of Together at the Table, but this will be concentrating on intergenerational conversations. That's something they really want to, as part of the lifelong learning aspect of aging. So that's something that's coming down the pike. That should be in May or June. We're working on the details right now, and we plan to hold that quarterly. In addition, for instance, Money Smart Week is coming up from March 30th to April 6th, and we're partnering with people who we haven't partnered with before, in particular to do presentations on elder fraud. I believe they're doing 4 different presentations throughout that week, and I've been in talks with Council on Aging and how, again, one of their priorities is offering lifelong learning, and the thing is that public libraries still have an image problem, and people don't think of public libraries when they think of partnering, but in reality, we do lifelong learning. That's just, part of what we do. So in speaking with Renee Tolliver, who works for the Council on Aging, she realized that she needs to help publicize the library as a place to go for lifelong learning. So those are just a few things. Lots more to come now.
All right, thank you, Morgan.
Yep.
Okay, I have a couple more.
Okay. I notice under Library of Things to be funded by a grant by the foundation, and that as an opportunity to bring more people into the library. Would this actually be in a library, the things?
Yes, we got a $25,000 grant from the foundation for this project. And it is to circulate non-traditional items. So we have some of those items already in some of our branches. We have e-readers at Petaluma, I think ukuleles at Healdsburg, but we don't have a sort of a grand library effort to combine all those things together to be the Library of Things. So the $25,000 would support expanding that collection, and also we're assembling a group of staff to really look at our non-traditional items and then how we can better publicize that to our community.
But we don't have to rent any more space. These are going to be in the branches.
It'll be in the
things.
Yes.
But collectively owned and collectively available.
Yeah.
Okay.
Another couple of examples of things that we already circulate would be our discovery packs that have a county parks pass, the energy audit kits for people's homes, and those are things, you know, it's the image problem of libraries, right? When people have the chance to say, I didn't know I could do that at my library, those are the word of mouth marketing items that can help really spread the news about what the library offers our community.
Yeah. Thank you. Just a couple more quick ones. I'm not trying to hog the space. On public services number 31, the number that is next to the position, what is that? I thought it, when I look at the top public services, you know, there's one for you, and one for Sarah, one for Len, but then I don't understand what these, is that FTE count?
Yeah, we didn't want to burden your packet with 25 pages of org charts, but we wanted you to have a sense of the FTE per branch and subdivision of public services.
It just comes out to some really bizarre 9.859 branch manager FTEs. I don't know, never mind, I won't.
So it's the staff, it's, for example, the 9.859, that's the total staffing allocation for the Northwest branch. The branch manager is a 1 FTE.
Okay, so that's branch manager plus, or included in the 9 point, okay. And then lastly, about the no fines. I've kind of become a convert. I've modernized my thinking about that. But I was wondering about phase-in. I mean, I'm just wondering if other systems have tried, you know, kids first. You know, let's don't go whole hog in case there's, you know, resistance or, you know, other opinions. Does that make any sense, or have you looked at that?
I believe on April 1st, we're going to have a full discussion about the fines and the whole issues around it. And the staff, by that time, will be better prepared in their presentation. So we'll do that on April 1st. Is that okay with you too?
Sure.
Okay. Jason.
Hello. I just want to point out some public service accomplishments that I'm really proud of this library for, which is outreach to Spanish-speaking population, virtual reality, coding, 3D printing, which I like to see the library system move into innovation. And then the partnering, I think this is the beginning, and I've been a big advocate of this Sonoma County, partnering with other county agencies. I think we can easily partner, and I think we've begun to with Sonoma Clean Power through the do-it-yourself kits, the backpacks that are in, I know Ronald Park Library gives for the hikes. I think we can, you know, with wraparound services, I just think there's so much engagement we can have with other county systems that I'm happy to see that's happening. And I think they have more forethought on that realm. And I appreciate Commissioner Zollman's zest. I just don't know if kids are going to be there that early at the library. But I do encourage the library. I mean, I heard it during our discussions about library directors, childhood early education access. And that's one goal I meant to put on that I haven't put on. But I think that is important for the library. And that overall, I think, spirit is where I like to see us, you know, do some more engagement too.
Okay, Karen?
I think the Library of Things is a wonderful idea, and I think along with Link Plus and the mobile hotspots, it's really going to switch up how people think of the library, not that you aren't already doing amazing things. I had one little question about the Library of Things. Have you had conversations with the Santa Rosa Tool Lending Library about possible partnerships or anything like that?
We haven't yet. It came up from one of our staff members, and we're just assembling the staff group. It was suggested that our library check out tools, but then we do have this resource in Santa Rosa. So I think it'll definitely be something that we look at and talk to them about their practices and what's worked for them or not.
Okay. Andy?
First of all, I'd like to thank you. It's really exciting to see so many great initiatives underway. I have I guess a general question in line with something that Karen mentioned earlier. And it comes to mind as I look at a number of different things that I see here, both among past accomplishments and anticipated, where you have, for example, outreach to the Spanish-speaking population, adult literacy, veterans, partnerships around homelessness. As a commission, I'm certainly interested in seeing, the activities that we're doing, but I'd also be very interested in knowing how we're measuring or how we can measure the impact and effectiveness of what we're doing. It's great that we're reaching out to the Spanish-speaking community. Are we getting more engagement, and how do we know? So I don't know if you want to address any of these specifically or just put it on the table for future, but I think it's going to be, I'm going to be very interested in knowing how do we measure how well we're doing on those things where we're trying to make an impact.
The ultimate library question.
Did Deborah have a question? Where did that come from?
I said the ultimate library question you just asked. Okay.
I do want to respond to Commissioner Elkins and Commissioner Zollman's comments on statistics. And, Sarah and I, we had it on our managers meeting for last month, and we're carrying it forward to this month. But we realized that we really need to look at how we gather statistics and just gather all of our information in a more concise and effective way. And our program administrators are looking at much of those pieces as well to answer the questions that you're asking. In terms of the Latino Outreach Committee, we're just going as a group to collect all the outreach we're doing to all of our nonprofits across the county. So we're kind of in the information gathering stage of, I don't think that we've had a great format in the past, but we're definitely moving towards that. And how do we report that data? We will definitely work with our new director in the reporting of that data. But the desire is there from staff too, in terms of having an efficient system to gather and report out. And again, to connect with those larger initiatives, like with the county, early literacy, we are doing that work. But again, we need to frame our outreach to that, or our message to the community about what we are doing and why. Sarah mentioned that we're doing an outreach training with staff on April 12th, and we're just sending a survey out to staff to gather who they're reaching out to, what are the events you're going to, who are you partnering with. So again, trying to collect as much data as possible now, and then find a way to get us in a better place with our reporting out and statistics.
That's great. I'm not looking to pin you down at this moment. I guess I would just say that as we're getting more creative in our activities and our outreach efforts, I think we should also be starting to ask, how are we going to assess how well we're doing? That will be important for us to be able to continue to refine and improve our efforts. And I think it's also going to play a very important role in our community relations so that we can continue to build support from the different communities that we serve, the elected officials that we need to help us. And being able to point to meaningful results will be really important. So thank you in advance for what I know you're going to do there.
Deborah, did you have a question?
I do actually, and wonderful, wonderful report. You all are just have done and are planning to do so many wonderful things. And I have to say, in terms of the public services and the programming and the technology department, the marketing department is going to be incredibly busy talking about all of these things. So I'm glad that we're putting a little bit in the budget for the marketing department. I also wondered if there was a way that we could that maybe you could put together for us a report about Friends and the foundation gifts and Friends gifts, so that we know what we should be thanking them for. We might get that already. I'm not, but I can't remember seeing any of that. And I think that it would be good for the commission to know and to remind us to thank the various Friends groups and also the foundation for the help that they're giving us. And that would then encourage them to give us more, of course.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Anything about the expenditures? Barbara?
I'd like to second what Commissioner Doyle just said on the about the Friends. Again, I think this is the third time I mentioned it today. The Friends and the foundation, especially the Friends, need to know specifically what they're paying for. And I think rather than do it kind of the back way and thank them for what they've done, I think we need to be a little more proactive about asking them for how they can specifically contribute. And my question about the budget expenditures under public services, I was just curious, the mileage reimbursement of $60,000, who all is included in that number?
That's all the public service staff.
So
the amount that was included in the HR is for everyone else, but the $60,000 is for public service staff that travel around the county.
And they're only reimbursed if they have to go to a place where they're not normally assigned, right?
Right.
And it still comes out to $60,000?
Yeah, there are meetings, and a big part of that is the extra help. They get paid mileage.
No matter where they go. Is that right?
They have a home branch, normally the one that they live closest to, and if they travel to any other branch, they get mileage.
Really? Okay. Thank you.
Anything else? Okay, so that completes that part of the budget workshop, and now we're going into the overview and the graphs, details, et cetera, and I'm not sure who's going to be speaking to that. Since Ken's sitting there with a look on his face, I'm going to assume it's him.
Yeah, I think it's mostly me. Unfortunately for you guys, I'm kind of dry compared to everyone else. But yeah, we just wanted to, I mean, most of these larger things you've already talked about and heard about. So, but, you know, if there's any questions, let me know. I usually do a overview there on page 37, and it just talks about the revenues there. That property tax revenue in January, we got a anticipated property tax revenue from the county that the library will get. And so I took those projections and increased them by 3%. The sales tax revenue is projected at the current rate. Never really sure. We've only had really 1 year under our belt there, and it's hard to estimate how much that'll go up. And then also in the revenue side of things, we've talked about it, we've eliminated the $375,000 in overdue fines. What's presented to you is a balanced budget, both for Measure Y and the Property Tax General Fund and overall, obviously. The couple uses of fund balances that you'll see, it won't look like a balanced budget because of these two items. In the property tax, it shows that there's a $1.5 million deficit, and that is the portion of the deposits to the OPEB trust that the commission set aside in the fund balance for that. In the sales tax Measure Y fund, we anticipated how much money would be left over from the Petaluma branch renovation that we budgeted for this year, because it's definitely going to go into next year. And so you'll see the 1.3 million there as a use of the fund balance, and that's for the Petaluma branch that's carrying over into next year. Just real quickly, going through the expenses, there's a 5% increase in the materials budget, increase in marketing, which we talked about, increase in the literacy staff. They're currently at some like 0.6 FTE, and this would be, it's a very slight cost increase, but it's moving them up to 3/4 of an FTE. There's the increase in marketing staffing that we talked about with Ray to get him an assistant to help out with the marketing and outreach. Increase in Guerneville staffing and Windsor staffing. Now we've talked about the 2 consultants that are in and the pre-employment examinations. The increase in Roseland hours is in the budget, along with staff needed for that. That's increasing it to 42 hours a week. We're not able to do that in the current building, given that the Boys and Girls Club is in there. But hopefully we'll be moving soon and can increase the hours. We have Sunday hours in there at all the branches, well, except the Occidental and Forestville, beginning January 20th. And Saturday delivery, which would also be greatly helpful, would begin January 20th also, or January 2020, sorry. The building improvements, some of the bigger things that are in there, Roseland moved and improvements, portion of the Healdsburg renovation, setting aside a portion there for them, and 2 new delivery vehicles. The 2 oldest trucks need replacement. They've been around for 12 years. Yeah, they've got a lot of miles on them. And then there's some branch furniture, $250,000 in the budget. Then under the IT request, I've just put some of the larger things, the door counters, microfilm units, the forum room AV upgrades that were discussed, large type PCs in the branches, some new servers and things that no one really sees except the IT people in the back room. Roseland equipment, the IP speakers and clocks in all the branches that we talked about, and then the badge access systems. I don't know if there's any questions here. Mm-hmm.
I'm adding this because I want to make sure I share my thoughts with everybody here, which may be the last time I speak with all of you. So when we first crafted this budget, we knew that the commission was very interested in providing Sunday hours at the branches. And we also knew that our JPA agreement has some specific language about hours, which we have confirmed with our general counsel, who also happened to write the JPA agreement when it was revised, that all the regional libraries, and at this point that's all the facilities except Forestville and Occidental, must have the same total number of hours. Not necessarily the same schedule, but the same total number of hours. So when we began to look at this Sunday hours implementation, we initially had proposed a October through June operating schedule for 5 of our largest branches. And I have to say that I still think that would be the most feasible way to enter into this service, crafting this year as a pilot. Yet also in light of the actual language in the JPA and concerns expressed by some commissioners, we've provided in this proposed budget the Sunday hours January through June. So of course we would plan that these Sunday hours would be continued for the entire fiscal year in 2021. And I have to say that even though that's a fabulous public service, it's going to be challenging for us in terms of any other flexibility in this budget, particularly when you look at the building improvements, the furniture, and some of the IT. So committing yourselves to every facility open on Sunday is really going to be a challenge to maintain. It could create a scenario where you really need the Friends and Foundation to come up with funding for all those great innovative programs. And not that it isn't critical to provide those services, but I would just suggest that during that January to June period, the staff really takes a chance to look at the operating hours of all these facilities using the data from the people counters and other things. And we understand that the regional libraries have to have the same number of hours. But I would just want you to understand that if the staff under Ann's leadership comes to you next year and says, you know, man, this Sunday thing is challenging because currently everyone who works on Sunday, regardless of your status, permanent or extra help, is paid at time and a half. That is expensive. We're hoping that that may change in negotiations. We don't know. But I just want to put it out there that, you know, a full year of the Sunday operations at all facilities is really going to stretch the budget and may require you to look at that concept of everybody has the same hours, but maybe not the same schedule. So I just felt compelled to share that with you because that's been my concern all along. The minute I got here, I said, we got to do these Sunday hours. There's no way you can go into 1920 without doing some Sunday hours because you got a lot of heat for that last year for not doing it. Now we can do it. But I just want to let you know that committing to a system-wide implementation of that, particularly for 2021, is going to be, you can do it, but you're going to have very little flexibility in the rest of the budget.
Okay, okay, we'll start down with Stephen.
Thank you, Susan, for those comments. So time and a half, is that currently what's happening for the Saturday hours too? No, just Sunday.
Just Sunday.
Okay, thank you. That definitely helps. And then my other question for Ken is the OPMB amount, is that still a good recommendation for us to be setting aside? Because every municipality that I'm hitting up, I sat through 4 hours of a Santa Rosa one, where they're all stressed out about this unfunded medical for retirees. My council is stressed out about it too, so now I'm a little stressed. So setting aside the $1.15 million per year, is that still your recommendation?
Yes, I participated with the OPEB, what do we call it? It was an ad hoc OPEB committee who looked into it, and there were a couple staff, a couple commissioners on there, and 4 outside people that do this on an ongoing basis. Now they came up with this recommendation of the $3 million out of fund balance in the next 2 years, and then $750. Currently, I had it written down. Oh, here it is. At the end of at the end of 18, the OPEB trust had 1.3 million in it, and with the just the deposits we made right now, it's probably about 3.6 million. If we stick to our plan, without any interest earned, the OPEB trust would have $12 million in it at the end of the 10 years. The current liability on the books is a little over 14 million. So I think with interest earnings and things like that, it's something we have to look at every year, but I think it's a good plan to fund it in the next 8 or 9 years.
Okay, Andy?
I realize that at this point we're just looking at an overview and that we're going to get a more specific look. I have a real fundamental question, I guess, on page 37. I believe I understand what revenues are, and I think I understand what expenses are. What is use of fund balance, and why are there some things that fall into that category?
The fund balance is basically like the library savings account.
The libraries?
savings account. So if our revenues exceed our expenses in any one year, then the excess goes into the fund balance. There's a fund balance analysis back a little further. We'll get into that. But essentially what that does, there are things that, similar to your savings account, you don't necessarily want to use the fund balance for ongoing operational costs. You want to use it for one-time things. Similar to your personal life, you use it for a new car or something like that. If you get into having to pay your rent or your mortgage out of your savings account every year, then it's not going to be around very long. So that's a pretty basic explanation of what the fund balance is. I don't know if that it helps you. Or.
So it sounds like we're drawing on past surpluses to cover one time rather than recurring expenses. Is that correct?
It's the same thing we did. This was the first year about 6 months ago. We had the big surplus with Measure Y, and we went through and identified one-time expenses to use that surplus for. Right. And we wanted to make sure that it was an ongoing cost because, like I said, you want to fund operations with operational revenue, not with the fund balance.
Okay. Well, then thank you. That's helpful. So then a follow-up question, and I'm going back to the first two presentations we had on the administration or leadership and human resources. And the question that Barbara had asked, where the benefits portion was significantly large. And in one case, it related to OPEB, and in the other case, it seemed like it was a CalPERS contribution. Those amounts don't seem to match to the 1.5, and I don't see any other reference to those in the expenses. Am I missing them someplace?
No, the 1.5 million use of a fund balance for the OPEB trust is under the line of retiree health care. It also includes a $750,000 deposit into the OPEB trust out of operations, and then that line item also includes $675,000, I believe, in pay-as-you-go invoices for retiree health care. It's about 2.9 million, and if you look at the detail, it sticks out pretty clearly, but I can point that out.
But it's not in this overview on pages 37 and 38, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then just another comment. I realize, Ken, that you're going to be leaving, so maybe this would fall to someone who comes after you. We just went through a department by department view of accomplishments in the first half of the year, anticipated accomplishments, goals for next year, and a proposed budget. I found this to be very difficult, like it was dealing with numbers in a vacuum. It would have been helpful to me personally if, as we went through the division by division proposed budget, if we could compare that with what the current budget was for this year. Otherwise, I have no context for understanding where we're making a significant cut or increase, or where things are just increasing slightly due to a stable approach but slightly increasing costs. So I realize that won't fall to you, but that would be a request going forward. It would just be a lot easier to make some sense out of these numbers. Thank you.
Okay, David?
Yeah, Ken, I mentioned to you during the break some figures from the audit accounts from June 30th of last year, dealing with the fund balance.
Microphone, please.
Fund balances. The rest of you folks don't have this, so I'll give you a dramatic reading. As of June 30th of last year, the library's governmental funds reported combined ending fund balances had increased nearly $7 million in comparison with the prior year. approximately 36%, or about $8 million, is available for spending at the library's discretion, unassigned fund balance. That's what you've called our savings account, right? Essentially? And then also it mentions the unassigned balance for the general fund was nearly the same thing, which is 43% of the total general fund expenditures for the year ended June 30th of 2018. This seems to be happy days are here again. As of last June of 2018, what's your best estimate as to what the unassigned fund balance for the governmental funds will be as of June 30th of this current year? Are we going to have a higher or a lower unassigned fund balance?
My guess it would be right around $5 million, and that's just
okay.
Because
and the decline is because of these large items that you've described. Okay. I'm having a little bit of problem, and I realize that this is my first budget year, understanding why we could have such a large surplus and still, over a 10-year period, looks like we're in serious financial trouble. Could you explain that in words of 3 syllables?
Sure. Yeah, if you want to go back to page 59, 60, and 61, this is what Commissioner Cahill is talking about. And really, you know, these things all start out with a balanced budget. You know,
I'm sorry, with a what?
Balanced budget. Okay. The first column is the proposed budget for 18-19.
Okay.
Or actually, that should say 19-20. I'm sorry. I'm going to change that. The assumptions on page 60 and 61 are, where are we here?
59 and 60.
59. I think there's a page missing, and I apologize for that. The 59 is the combined property and sales tax.
10-year projection.
60 is the property tax, and there should be a 61, which would have been the sales tax projections.
I have it. It's here.
Oh. Well,
have it, yes.
I don't have it in my packet. Okay. Sorry for the confusion. What it really points out is if you start out with a balanced budget, you're going to run into the negative no matter what. And it's based on the assumptions that, and they're fairly valid assumptions. You know, the salaries and benefits go up at a higher percentage rate than our revenue. And so it's going to run into the negative right away. And this is kind of, the commission liked having this 10-year projection. I think it's somewhat a worst-case scenario because I try to estimate low on the revenue side and high on the expense side, but it also doesn't reflect any downturn in the economy, which may come. So you have to take that into account. But I think what the biggest thing is it points out is, and we've talked about these liabilities already, the CalPERS and the retiree health insurance, and those are the items that are included in the budget, and there's also more detail further in the line in the presentation about those things. And those are the things that keep going up, as well as salaries and other benefits. And what it really points out is that, you know, we are a people organization. Right now, there's 64% of our budget that's in the salaries and benefits. And that number is going to keep going up no matter what. The percentage is going to get higher. And it's our job as staff or administration, the commission, to look at this and balance the budget every year. Mm-hmm. But something that you have to realize is that there are very few places to get that money from. It's the big things like the books and materials budget, the capital outlays, the events and programming. And that's really about it, other than, salaries and benefits, which would mean reducing the work staff. So as we move forward, it's going to be the job of us all to come in with a balanced budget, because that's what we have to do. But you just have to realize that there are very few places where you can get big money from as we move forward.
Right. So if I understand you correctly, we're using some of our savings this year for the proposed 2019-20 budget. Is that right?
We're using $1.5 million for the deposit into the OPEB trust, and $1.3 million we're carrying over from this year's budget, the Petaluma refresh.
Well, I'm prepared to vote for the budget as submitted. This helps a little to clarify the confusion.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Somebody else down this way, besides Barbara, I thought had a question. No, you? Sure.
Just a comment that not all commissioners were around when it was decided that the goal was Sunday hours at all outlets, and it certainly should be, I think Susan's input should be considered carefully and factored into next planning stages.
Should be what?
We should consider a phased plan as opposed to simply hours at all locations, and take a look at our locations. I think, frankly, we should also look at the JPA and talk about the whole business of having the same hours for every location.
Barbara?
Just to address Commissioner Schneider's comment just now, of course, we didn't write the JPA. This was the joint powers and the county county part of the joint powers of putting this together. And actually, I was one of the ones who protested because the initial budget did not include Sunday hours for Windsor, Roanoke Park. What's the other one?
Does not include it? I know Cloverdale.
No, did not include.
There were several that weren't included. We had five,
the other Santa Rosa branches, right? Yeah. So it is important because besides a county library system, it is a joint powers. The joint powers expect, equal treatment under the agreement, because that's just what we have to deal with. And it does say, with respect to hours of operation and equitable distribution of resources, requires that all regional branch libraries be funded in a manner to allow them to remain open to the public the same baseline hours. I don't think that if we start off with a pilot project of, let's look at for a year, look at the counters and, and so forth and go forward, that's not equitable treatment as much as we may want to think that it's a better plan to phase it in. I also think if you think about a pilot project, citizens in X jurisdiction are using it, but that doesn't necessarily tell you what the citizens in the other jurisdictions would do. I mean, I think we have to go into it in an equitable situation right from the get-go. We have enough other equity issues built in with the problems with the leases and the facilities maintenance, and we can't add more inequity. I agree with the scariness of looking out there, and because of the cost of the Sunday hours, being in the red, it's a scary thing to look at, and feeling very tight. And as Ken just mentioned, not building in anything for everybody thinks the recession, some sort of recession is coming, business cycle and all that. So it's scary to do this. And, we don't want to start something that we can't continue. I don't see any other way around it. I don't really, because I think the hours is just above everything, the most important thing we can do. We're talking about $3 million more in this budget than last year, and to say we can't open on 4 hours on Sunday, it isn't going to pass the test. I don't think. But back to Commissioner, one of the commissioners asking this question about the budget. So on page 64, when we're looking at the proposed budget for this year being in the red by $1.3 1.3 million plus, everybody realizes that that's not really in the red. That's just reflecting the money that we're spending on the OPEB, right? And that's back on page 37. It says the use of the fund balance. That's Petaluma, okay, and then okay, yeah, that's right, Petaluma. In any case, back to the OPEB and CalPERS liabilities, I think that those of us who've been on the Finance Committee especially have been very concerned about these. They're gigantic liabilities. They're $14 million each, I believe. And we pretty much know what our OPEB liability is. The CalPERS, and that's the reason the other jurisdictions and municipalities are freaking out about this, because you don't know exactly. I mean, it is what it is right now, but we don't really have any control. If they run short, they just come back and ask the public agencies to pay it. There's no choice about it. So we are going to obviously need to keep a very close eye annually on both these big liabilities, in particular CalPERS. And you can tell from the 10-year budget projections that ours doubles by the time this is, our 10-year projections are complete. I had some other comments, but I just wanted to say that right now.
Okay, any other comments? Deborah, do you have any comments?
Well, I just have one, and it relates to the Sunday hours or additional hours. I think we have to be very careful about the costs, and I would hate for us to not have some sort of room to move. And so, again, this makes more work for the library staff, but if there are some branches that the people who use those branches would rather us stay open another hour at night. I mean, I hate to have different branch hours, because then nobody can remember it, but it's going to be wildly expensive to open everything on Sunday, and I think we have to be sensitive to that. And so if there are some neighborhoods that could use it during the evening hours more than we are open now, then I think we should consider that. That's it.
Any other comments or thoughts? Andy?
I know I've said this before, and I don't want to dwell on it, but in line with what Susan was saying, time and a half is, I think, it's too steep a price to pay for the benefit of Sunday hours. I was not on the commission when commissioners may have been hammered previously about the need for this, but from a fiduciary perspective, I think it's very hard to justify that level of expense. And going ahead with a plan that we can barely sustain for half a year with the anticipation that the next year we're going to do it for the whole year seems fraught with peril to me. So, Suzanne, not meaning to put any pressure on you, but we wish you the very best with the negotiations with SEIU. We're going to have to try to partner with those folks, or else I don't see any way that we can provide this on a sustainable basis.
Jason?
There's two sides to a budget. There's expenses and there's revenues. And I don't think we've nearly hit the capacity on revenues yet. So I think it's a larger discussion. To say absolutes is not the time now. I just think it's time to look at answers. And again, I think we're just looking at the capacity of generating revenues in this community. So I'll leave it at that, but there is two sides of a budget.
Anybody else? Barbara?
On a smaller scale question, I was wondering with the branch furniture, $250,000, wonder what branches that was going to. That's not part of the Petaluma refresh.
It's various branches throughout the system that haven't had any new furniture in a long time, and it would. So we're trying to get the new furniture in there, which we can use whenever we refresh the current branches, but just to spruce it up a little bit quicker.
This kind of goes back to what are the other things that are happening in the other branches in between the schedule for the big refresh and, interim. So I always like a lot of detail about, what's going on. It's a significant amount of money. I'm just curious where it's going. And that's one question. And the other question is, I saw under IT requests, I kind of eyeballed these numbers in here, and they add up to about 540,000, and yet the IT requests are 753,000. I wonder if there were other big things in there that...
I put on here anything that had a price tag of $20,000 or over, but there are quite a few other things on the list. Yeah.
That's because that's more than 200,000 more than that. That's what I'm getting. 753 minus 539. I don't know. That's
there are a lot of small things that come up to a $20,000 price tag. The $20,000, the only stuff I put on here.
Wow. Well, lastly, let me ask the question about the IP speaker clocks. I saw a letter to the editor from a student in the schools. She was complaining that the speaker clock, they were going to put speaker clocks in the schools, and they had like listening devices or something. I don't really know what a speaker clock is, and I wondered if you could enlighten us on that.
Speaker clocks are, I mentioned that when I was doing it, it's part clock that's internet connected, so rather than having the facilities have to go around the county twice a year to change the time, they're actually kept up to date as the times change, so you have that outlay in advance, but then the soft cost savings ongoing with not having to do that work in that department. Also, the speaker part of it is the public announcement system that I talked about when Karen was asking.
Yeah, apologies. Yeah, you did say that. Thank you.
Susan?
Just one other mention here. I hope I haven't scared Commissioner Elkin on the Sunday hours. He's very serious about it. But I did want to mention that the commission decided to contribute $1.5 million in 1819 and 1920 to the OPEB trust. Now, you'll relook at that for 2021, but if you feel with your ongoing $750,000 contribution that you're in good shape, there is $1.5 million that could be reprogrammed. So I just wanted to call that out. Am I right on that? Oh, no, I'm wrong.
No. Because the 1.5, while it's in our operating budget, it's not, it's being funded by the fund balance. So it's, yep.
Okay. Any questions? Okay, I have a request, if it's possible. Could you give us, what do you call it? Yeah. October to June, the 5, layout of that. And then the January to June 2020, the layout that way. Write out what the advantages of having that extra money, what could be done with it, so that we could actually put them side by side and compare them and look at them. Would that be possible?
What the difference is right now.
I need to see it.
As soon as
Sorry. You can send it to me digitally, and I'd be happy to print it, but
and
I need to be able to look.
Right, and the difference is where we would spend the money is in the big things like the buildings, furniture, IT requests. There were many, many requests that didn't make the cut and are not in this budget. So any savings that we would get from the Sunday hours or whatever would go back to funding those types of things.
Okay. Yeah, just give us some examples and stuff. Yes, Jason?
And then I'd like to also point out another implication that was brought up, along with, I think, expanding our view as far as where revenues can come from, also would be, what about regionalizing hours, such as Hillsburg and Windsor? Are they close enough together where you can look at how you can jointly accommodate Sunday hours between those two libraries? You could say Northwest and Rankin Valley are close enough together, and I mean, just look at Guerneville, Sebastopol. Look at I think there's ways we can look at and regionalize the hours among the libraries, where we can also maybe squeeze that sponge a little bit more. and get some hours out that way. Just that's the way I read that implication.
The reason I asked for that is I know Cloverdale is going to be one of those that's going to be on the outs. And I'm in a place now where do I think of Cloverdale or do I think of the system? And that's my dilemma. And yeah, I've spent many hours trying to figure out how to pair off libraries, and Cloverdale doesn't pair off with anybody. I mean, connection with the rest of the world is non-existent. We have a large population that does not have a lot of money, and unless there's public transportation available, even getting to Healdsburg is difficult, especially on a Sunday. So the reason I asked for that comparison was because I am in that dilemma. Do we phase it in, which I have no objection to if I know we're going to get it the next year, but at the same time, I know Cloverdale is going to be excluded, and I need that to see that, because it's system or branch. I'm inclining towards the system, but I need to be validated in that process. Excuse me, so. Barbara?
Yeah, I just have to say again, we're looking at this on a dual level. We have a countywide system, and we're responsible as commissioners to look at it countywide. We're also a joint powers agreement, and the joint powers are equal parties, and they have to have equal representation, and they have to have equal services. And it's not up to us. I don't believe we can violate the terms of the joint powers agreement. I don't believe this commission neither can nor should violate the terms of this joint powers agreement. That's our operating agreement, and it says hours have to be the same by baseline number.
Equal, not the same.
They
Equal,
have
not
to be the same number. Just for clarity, they have to be the same number. I agree that once we have a great counter system and we can tell nobody's using this branch at 9 o'clock at night, let's shave that off and add it someplace else. I agree that we can do it. We can't do that now because we don't have the data. But if we're going into hours of operation and talking about Sundays, unless we're going to add 4 hours some night to some other branch, but we can't just add 4 hours of Sundays to some branches. It would be an equitable situation under the terms of the joint powers agreement.
Okay, here's where we differ. So it's just
a quick comment that I did pose that scenario with Ann Keck, the general counsel, and she did opine that if something was crafted purely as a pilot project for 1 year before you did a full implementation, she thought that could be substantiated, that partners might agree that's a totally political thing. It's a political situation, it might not fly, but she thought, if someone were to challenge that, she felt that terming something like that as a pilot project could be defended. So she would probably be defending it, so just for your information.
Well, I would just say again, it might be a way to try to work around this, but certainly the intent is to have equal services. That's the intent. And I wouldn't want to be the one to go down to a jurisdiction and say, you're not getting Sunday hours, but virtually everybody else is. I just don't think it's a tenable situation, pilot or no pilot. Again, it doesn't prove the pilot works or doesn't work in a jurisdiction if they're not all open. You can't tell.
Thank you. Okay, Ann?
Thank you. So it seems to me that in some ways we're putting the cart before the horse. We don't have the data. We haven't done the strategic plan and gotten our community input. If we go ahead with the Sunday hours at all locations now, we've made that decision before we have the data to make the decision. So we might even consider putting this off until we have done all of the due diligence.
Okay, Karen?
That's a really great point, new director. And I want to add that once you add a service to a library, it's very hard to undo it later. So you should tread carefully. It's like opening a branch.
Jason?
There we go. Is there a dollar value we can affix? I'd like to know what we're dealing with as far as an increase for Sunday hours, just so I could conceptualize it if it's possible.
Yeah, it's laid out on page 56. on page 56, if you look down there, the approximate dollar amount for opening all of the branches in January 2020 is $720,000 down at the bottom of page 56. The annual ongoing costs for these services would be $1.4 or $1.5 million.
Because that first one is for half a year, right?
Correct.
That's, okay, there's a disparity. Okay.
More than half per year.
Okay, now I can see what that means. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe this is another question. That's an 8-hour workday. Is that, so when you say open, so it says 4 hours and 8 hours?
I think it was opening Central 8 hours and the other branch is 4 hours, but I think it would be a 6-hour workday or a 5-hour workday, I'm sorry, for most of the people.
Right, even with the 4 hours, would that be a
5-hour workday?
A 5 hours, so that's still the full half hour plus the 2 15-minute breaks. Yeah. I assume that's what accommodates the hour. Okay.
Well, go ahead.
The additional hours just for setup time to get the branch ready to open. There is only one break for that 5-hour period. I think it's either 20 or 25 minutes.
Okay.
Okay, Stephen?
Yeah, so now I'm feeling anxious. So where are we procedurally? Have we already decided this?
No.
We have not.
No.
Oh, but we can't decide now because it's not been calendared. So then I'm proposing that we have this be a discussion at our next library commission meeting, a full-fledged discussion and up for a vote, because I'm feeling very anxious about these Sunday hours now.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's why I wanted the information. That's why I asked him for the information written out. David?
Just looking at thanks, Jason. Page 63 outlines the next steps. Create a final budget document and present on April 15th. Adopt the budget on May 6th. So we're still a while away. And so and also with regard to the JPA issue, Barbara, is it your understanding that we would not be violating the JPA if we open all the branches and not give 4 extra hours to Central on Sunday?
Central's an exception in the JPA. When the JPA was created, there was carved out an exception because Central has been open on Sundays for many years.
Okay, so Central is not the issue.
No, okay. Central is an exception in the JPA.
Gotcha. Okay, thanks.
If I could, though, I think David was asking me a question. It says in the JPA that Central branch may be funded to allow it to remain open to the public. That today, it's just the first I heard that we were talking about changing from 4 to 8. I didn't know that part.
It was written someplace. I'm not sure where, but I remember.
So it could stay at 4, for example. Yeah.
Okay. So let's move on. That is definitely one of those topics that's going to come up on the 1st or the 15th, one or the other, and we will discuss it.
All right. I'll just go back very quickly to page 39 and 40. The commissioners in the past have liked to see the pie chart with the various percentages, and so I've included 1920 proposed budget percentages along with the 1819 percentages. Not much change. The salary and benefit percentage actually went down, and that's because the pie got bigger by quite a bit. And you can see the other discrepancies there, or not discrepancies, differences. Facilities were increasing a little bit, and IT as a percentage of the whole also. The next page, page 41, was just an attempt to show how the major revenue streams have changed over the last 4 or 5 years. You can see in 16, 17, we had 3 months of the property or sales tax. It started in April of 2017. You can see 17, 18, the property tax to the projected 18, 19 property tax it's pretty flat. I mean, it's conjecture. I think it's pretty good assumptions. That's because of the fires. That's when you'll see these things take effect. Obviously, there's a lot of growth going on right now in building, so that should come back up. And then the sales tax, you can see there that here again, that's kind of a guess, you know, but it looks like this year, 18, 19, it's going to be 12.5 million. So I've increased it a little bit for 19, 20. The next 4 pages are kind of a summary. They showed a property tax column, sales tax, the proposed 19-20 budget compared to the original approved 18-19 budget, and then the difference. I can appreciate Commissioner Elkins' need to see that by department, and we'll look at that in the future. But you can see, you know, the differences there. The difference in revenue is about, well, it's not about, it's $2.7 million there in the far left-hand column, or right-hand column of page 43. And then down at the bottom of page 45, you can see that the expenses as they roll forward there, and you can also see the negatives around the 2.8, and that's the use of the fund balance. So these next sheets are full of numbers, give you more detail. It's kind of hard to get into every line item at a meeting like this, but if anything sticks out and you want to see them, or if at the next meeting there, you can always send an email and I can get answers to everything. In the past, we've always included any new additional positions in the budget, and you can see that on page 46. The top ones under public services are mostly to expand the Roseland hours, with a couple others that were mentioned in the front. I think a Windsor librarian, a new position at Guerneville, and I can't remember all of them. But then you can also see the marketing assistant there, about 6 or 7 line items down. And then below that would be the new positions required to open the Sunday hours that we projected in this budget of 8 hours at Central and 4 hours at all the other branches.
Hi, Commissioners. Since this is a preliminary budget, if formal titles and job descriptions for any position that would be new, we would come back and add under the commission meeting with the updates to the salary schedules like we do in the other meetings. So I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you.
So then.
Ken, just a minute. We have a couple of questions.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Start with Andy.
Ken, with regard to the Sunday hours that appear on page 46, I know that we had hired a kind of a staffing consultant. I'm not sure that report has been filed. So this is not based on any information coming out of the consulting work.
Right.
Thank you.
Although I do have to say that both Sarah and Lana have worked really hard in developing the most efficient staffing schedule for Sundays, but it's not based on any external information.
Thank you, and I did not in any way mean to imply that Lana and Sarah hadn't done fabulous work on this. Thank you.
The next quite a few pages from 47 back to 55 are the budget by division. There's one spreadsheet that shows the combined by division, another that shows the property tax budget by division, and then the sales tax by division. And, you know, there's really, I mean, there's nothing to point out in there that we haven't already discussed. At the same time, it just gets into, well, a lot more detail than what we've already discussed. But if there's, here again, we've talked about most of it, and it just kind of slides it into a division and in a detail line a little more.
I believe Jason had a question.
Yeah, with regards to the Sunday positions, are those standard staffing levels? And are we expecting the libraries to be used more, equal, or less on a Sunday than an average weekday?
First of all, on the staffing, these are the new positions that would be required. And then there's a whole different set of things that says, here's the staffing that's going to be used on a Sunday at each branch. And that's where we figure the time and a half. I can only speak, I've only worked at one other library system, and Sundays was crazy busy there. Now, so I would assume, and Lana can speak to it in more detail, that we expect it to be busy.
Just to answer your question about the staffing model, so Sarah and I, did an estimated Sunday schedule for every location, and as Susan mentioned, it's very lean, so it's very efficient for the hours that will be open. Part of the reason that we had Central at 8 hours is that there'll be a full complement of reference staff at Central. We'll be able to do programs at Central, but we may not be able to offer those services, or at least program services, in the branches on Sundays unless we have an external vendor. So most of our staffing for the Sunday locations, if we were to open all, would be library associates and specialists, but may not have reference staff, full reference staff in those locations.
Thank you.
Any other comments on up to page 56, I guess it is, or Barbara?
Yeah, back to page 46 for the additional positions by division, which we've kind of looked at pretty closely in the last few years. So I'm getting about, so the second to the final column, the amount proposed in the budget, and then the annual cost, is that benefits plus salary? I'm not sure what that is.
Well, for instance, all the Sunday hours, if you read across there, you'll see that like the first Sunday is a 0.5 librarian, and the amount in the proposed budget is $23,922, which includes estimated benefits, but that's only for a half a year. So the annual cost is out there. Now that the positions up above are in the budget at the annual rate.
The full thing, okay. So it looks like about $1 million of it is of the Sundays, and about $465,000 are the other ones. And most of the other ones you said are Roseland, except for Windsor.
Yeah, I can't remember all of them right off the top of my head, but
I can.
Oh, you can. Yeah. Okay, go.
Most of the top, I think 4 or 5, the top 4 positions are top 5 positions are Roseland. We have the marketing assistant, we have the Windsor teen librarian, and then we have additional staff for Guerneville.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay.
Oops. I think it's important to, if there aren't any questions on the detail, to get to page 56, and it talks about the commission priorities. While we talked to about them quite a bit, kind of estimated numbers here. And as we talked about the robust technological infrastructure, you've seen the budget in the operating budget, but the main thing is we have the $2.9 million set aside. That should be 2.9 $1 million for the automated material handling and $1.9 million for the new ILS system. And the two reports that are currently being finalized, the IT plan and then the automated material handling plan will lay out how that money will be spent. And if it happens to be some of it being spent in the 1920 budget, then the staff would come forward with a budget adjustment to use what's in the fund balance and to start working on that. The extended outreach and access to under-resourced or underserved communities. As we said, there's an additional position in marketing department, which will help to get the word out more. And then there's funding for mobilizing the mobile library van that Sarah and Lana talked about. And the approximate dollar amount in the proposed budget for those items is $180,000. Move forward with expanded services for Roseland. As you know, we're still looking, and we've talked about that quite a bit. But the money, what's included in this budget is for rent for a new location, increasing the hours to a total of 42 hours a week, and the expected cost for renovating and moving into the new space. The approximate dollar amount for that is $725,000, with $400,000 of it in ongoing annual costs. And then the extended service hours, we talked a lot about this. The money that's in there is for 8 hours at Central and 4 at the rest of the branches beginning in January, $720,000, and with a price tag of 1.4, almost 1.5 million moving forward at an annual cost. So that's just a summary, I think, of everything that's been talked about so far.
Okay. Barbara? Yes, on page 44, under rents and leases, could you just break that down for us? There's 2 lines, and I'm sure one line is HQ.
Yes.
Page 44, 51401 is the category.
Right. Let's see, under the property tax column, the rents and leases, I'm going to go across there, the $100,000, that includes the Roseland, am I looking at the right column? No, 21,000, I'm sorry. Oh, there's some rent, let's see, 51401 is like equipment rental and stuff like that, where 51421 is building rental.
Okay, could you break down the building?
Yep, the 21,000 under the property tax budget is for Forestville and Occidental. The 615 under the sales tax budget is for the headquarters building and the Roseland, new Roseland facility.
Combined?
Yes, that is.
Could you break that down for us?
36.
Yeah, headquarters is 465,000 and Roseland is 150,000.
155?
150.
150.
And that's an estimate.
Right. Yeah. And we are not expecting Santa Rosa to, at this point, participate in that cost?
I know there's ongoing discussions, but right now, no.
Okay. And one more question on page, mine's cut off, page 55. Line 52162, special department expense, 620,000 under public services.
Right. That's for, that's where the literacy program shows up, and then also all the programs and events.
Oh, programs and events and literacy. That'd be kind of nice to have that broken out in future budgets for whoever's listening in the future. And then just procedurally, we're talking about the next steps. So we still have obviously a lot of questions and a lot of more talk about Sunday hours and everything else. If we're supposed to do the final budget on April 15th, how do we get there? Where's the next level of discussion going to happen?
Well, you know, I'm just suggesting you have a meeting on April 1st, and a lot of the numbers that you were asking us for, we worked on in the past, and I don't mean to speak for the staff, but we had a scenario that we changed. So, you know, I would think you could respond to some of your requests for a discussion at the April 1st meeting, and then be prepared to do a final budget for April 15th, possibly.
I was going to say, because I don't see how we at this point in time can do a final budget for April 15th. There's too many things kind of undecided, aren't there?
David?
Yeah, this may be a typo. On our agenda for today, it says date and time of the next meeting, budget workshop, Monday, April 1st at 6 p.m. here. Now, maybe that should have been a commission meeting.
That was
incorrect.
That was a mistake, David.
Okay.
And it should be, you know, regular commission meeting.
Okay.
On the April 1st one, yes, it's a regular commission meeting. We've been meeting at 6 o'clock here.
Okay, thanks.
And then we have another April 15th one to go over the numbers, to finalize the numbers that they came up with. And then we'll have another 2 weeks to the May 6th one, and then we'll actually accept it or reject it. Or
a follow-up question. When will amendments be in order from the floor, if any? On the May 6th meeting?
No. I think we should have addressed it before then. So be thinking about it. You've got a month between now and then to think about it, and you have a couple of discussions. And so I think we can.
Well, if we wanted to amend something, should it be submitted on April 15th then?
Probably would be best, yes.
Okay.
No.
The sooner the better on that.
Yeah.
Maybe April 1st meeting? Or now?
So I just want to pose a question possibly to Ken. I know that we pushed the budget process because we wanted Ann to be able to be involved. And I know we have to have a budget by June 30th. I'm just wondering what the latest date might be for approval of the budget, because we have the ongoing negotiations with the union, which could really impact some of the costs of the budget. So I certainly don't want you not to approve a budget, or maybe approve it pending something, but the completion of those discussions could make a big difference.
So then my question is, do you think some of the issues will be resolved prior to, say, the June meeting? Or, okay, you don't know. So why don't we leave it open? I mean, if we get down to April 6th, or May 6th, I think it is, or whatever the May one is, and you have some hope that some things will change so that we can actually afford some of this, then maybe we could push it off to the June 1st meeting or the June meeting. Okay? Yeah. Barbara?
I believe we'll also have that staffing analysis. I don't know whether that might play into it. The staffing analysis report won't.
I think the plan that Sarah and Lana have come up with is what we would want to use to implement, at least for this year. It might affect future years, but I don't think it would have that much impact on what you've proposed for 1920.
Okay, so just to clarify, so we have a regular commission meeting on April 1st. At that commission meeting, we would be having this healthy discussion about Sunday or not?
A portion of that's going to be devoted to the...
Okay. Because it's a kind of a gigantic, outstanding question. So.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we should have some information by then. Then we can discuss it even further if we need to at the April 15th.
And then we can go off another
And if
month
we
or
need
so.
to, we
Okay.
could
Thank you.
possibly even push it further. Jason?
I just have one question. I'm just looking at page, the hole punch page, the number, whatever would that be? Bad hole punch. 59. Looking at proposed 2018-19, overall projections, I'm not very good at looking at the nitty gritty, is $2,840,000 deficit. I would assume that's with the Sunday library hours. What is, and of course, like we had last budget year, we came in way ahead based on hiring amounts. But if that were to come true, what is the proposed plan to fund the deficit?
The $2.8 million, that's, it should read at the top of the headers, proposed budget for 1920. And the $2.8 million is a use of the fund balance for the $1.5 million for the OPEB trust and the $1.3 million for the Petaluma refresh. So that's use of fund balance right there.
Okay, so that's basically a zero.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so for this budget year, we're looking at?
It's a balanced budget, zero,
balanced budget.
But we're using part of the fund balance, and that's why it shows the $2.8 million.
Okay, I understand that. So then the budget we're voting on is in reality what we're looking at is the negative 802,986.
No,
so
those headings are incorrect at the top of that page.
Okay, so that's the following years.
Yes,
so.
Yes.
Okay, I understand.
Yep.
Okay. So are we set for the moment? Ann, do you have anything to add to any of this?
Just a reminder that Ken is leaving.
Yeah, I know.
There's just one other thing I want to point out, and it's page 58. We don't have to go over it, but it kind of gives the quick and dirty on the two post-employment benefits, and it may help y'all understand those a little bit better.
Oh, yeah, we didn't talk about this.
I mean, we've talked about them and why they're in the budget like they are, but this kind of gives a summary of, in a little more detailed fashion of what they are and why they're included.
I was just, okay.
Oh, I just wanted to thank you for that, Ken. It's a really nice summary and important information. And I had just kind of jotted down some items for a future workshop, and that's on them. I think we all need to get up to speed on OPEB and CalPERS, our big liabilities. Thank you for this information.
Andy.
This is, I guess, a general question based on something you said earlier, Ken, which I think makes a lot of sense. We look at the pie chart, and we see that roughly 2/3 of the expenses are salaries and benefits, and we anticipate that those are going to increase at roughly 3% a year, depending on what's negotiated. But in any case, probably faster than we could count on increases in revenue. I know that providing high-quality personal service is critical. I'm just curious if there has been any, and maybe this is already happening, or maybe it's happening in other libraries, but has there been any initial exploration of how we might be able to utilize technology to connect skilled resources with people at more than one branch, so that we could, over time, slow the rate of increase in our personnel expenses while still providing, excellent service, based on the fact that, a skilled librarian, for example, might not be interacting with the public all the time in one branch, but could be available to help people in other branches. I don't know, is that something that the services staff is looking into at all?
I'll talk about it from two positions I've been in. One, I remember being at Wells Fargo and First Interstate, working there when they tried to eliminate tellers. That didn't go so well. Now, I know at, say, for example, Home Depot and Lowe's, people's self-checkout has gone well. Now, being in the medical business, I know Kaiser just got slammed for a doctor on a tele-robot telling a patient that you're, very poor example of telemedicine. And I'm not a believer in telemedicine either. So I think the industries are going through difficulties in what you're suggesting. I do think two resources were being utilized right now. One, we're looking at self-checkouts, right? So I believe we already are looking at that. And also in the automation of the back-end collections. So I think our staff are looking at that proactively.
I appreciate the cautions that you're raising. I'll just mention another example that I had recently was picking up a rental car. I was standing in line, and it was a fairly long line of customers waiting to interact with the rental car agents. But somebody came over and brought me to a computer terminal where I interacted with an agent over a, television, took care of the transaction, and was out of there in 5 minutes with a very satisfactory experience. So I'm not proposing that there's an answer. I'm just asking a question of are we looking at trying to get creative in slowing the cost curve on our personnel expenses?
And I would assume we are through automation of collection services and self-checkout. I mean, those two technologies are pretty advanced. I mean, the grocery markets aren't more advanced than self-checkout.
Yeah. No, we are. So we already have self-checkout on all of our branches. We're upgrading all of those to the latest model because our older ones are beginning to end of life. And in some branches, we're adding additional self-checkout, such as Rincon Valley, to promote the use. I just got a note from the circulation supervisor there saying that people were flocking to it and using it and trying them out, which then the more that people use the self-check and automated services, the rote transactions, that gives them access to quality time face-to-face interactions for the value-added services. Now, we use RFID at all of our branches, and that's also one of the driving forces with the automated materials handlers, where you can take a belt-driven system and a person unloading crates onto this belt, where those materials are checked in by the machine, loaded into the crates or the bins so that they can get out to the branches faster, getting materials to the people in a more rapid pace to deliver our services in that regards. Also, that's going to help with, again, we'll be able to use perhaps less person on that machine to sort the books into the delivery so that we can push that person on to doing other services that we can provide in our libraries, and also the ergonomics aspect of that as well will help our staff too.
I just wanted to mention that in terms of our scenic infrastructure that Mike mentioned earlier, it's a very robust connectivity among the branches. So the concept, Commissioner Elkin, that you were mentioning is, even though we know telemedicine might be risky, telelibrarian help, we have the virtual capacity to do that among the branches, I think.
That's great to hear. Thank you. I look forward to discussing that further in future meetings.
Two other small labor saving and time saving kind of things. One is as we talked about, eliminating the fines, whatever time people are doing on that. We're all looking at that. And then also the single service desk, which is something that I've found out more about. Rohnert Park, for example, is a beautiful library, but if you want to talk to the reference librarian, they're way back in the back. And the single service desks are obviously much more efficient. I don't know how that plays out in the staffing analysis, but I'm sure it has an impact. I know Sebastopol has one.
Lana.
Oh, I was just going to say Sebastopol already has a single service desk. They have for, yeah, okay.
I just wanted to add, I think for staff that may be listening to the budget workshop, that through the staffing consultants, we want to look at bringing the best out in our staff at the jobs that they are there to do. So can we make things more efficient by using AMH or using the self-check, so we can take kind of those routine tasks away from staff and be able to offer that great personalized service that needs to happen sometimes without a machine? Can we get our librarians and staff out of the branch to connect with community, to connect with other organizations? So we are using technology in a smart way, or looking at technology and how we can address that question. But I think all of us know the value of our staff, but just wanting to use them to the best of their ability. And that's all I wanted to add.
Any other comments or statements? Okay.
So just to summarize, the biggest concern, it sounds like, is the Sunday hours and the cost of that. So we'll come back with the cost that we had originally thought about with the 5 branches. And like I said, if there are any other things that you're thinking about or want to change, I think for staff to know about it, the sooner the better would be good.
Barbara? I didn't understand that further conversation about Sunday hours was going to go back to the unequal part.
Well,
I have asked for the information.
asked for the cost of that, and so I was going to provide that.
And then we'll just have the full-blown, if everybody is open on Sunday,
That's what's in the budget right now, yes, in the proposed budget.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else? Anybody? Okay. Well, I want to thank you all for being here. I will adjourn the meeting now at 2:45. And thank you. You all have plenty to think about. So take care. Have a good week.
Steph,
thank you.
Job on all the presentations, and thanks everyone.
Yeah.